Sparky, you're here so early. Wait, don't check in. Don't check in. Don't check in, anybody. Don't check in. I'll never wait. Okay, now you can check in. It's good to go. It's good to go. I just Noel, what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna check in. You can check in now. Nurse, hi. Tibbles, no emergency. The only emergency here is the emergency to love you all.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
V, hello. Hello, V, how are you? What's up, chillin'? What's wait, no, it goes, what's up with you? Not much. Chillin'. Killin'. What if my Asona was 3-inch tall mouse? I don't know, what should I do with the 3-inch tall mouse? Well, I would make sure you have food and safe spaces to walk. I'd construct you know what, when people like construct those like tubes for their cats, like on like the top of their walls so they can like move through rooms and some shit like that. I don't know, I would he's only 3 inches tall. Do you realize 3 inches tall is so fucking small? I can't do much with the 3-inch small. I'll load you in my bong and smoke the shit out of you. That's what I would do. That would rule W. And the 3 stream streak, let's go. Dude, I would inhale a bunch of weed and then put a glass over you and blow smoke in the glass. So and hotbox the fuck. No, I'm joking, Wilson. Virtual hugs, Tibbles. Wolf from Hyrule, hello.
This is, but
oh my god, Bri, I miss the shit out of you, dude. I hope you've been well, dude. I think about you, I swear. And hotbox the fuck. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Wilson. Don't worry, I'm not a perv. I'm not like my first thought wasn't to be I would fucking shove you up inside of me. No. I'd mistake you for my estrogen pills. And no. I think about Bri because it's been a minute since I've seen Bri. I love chatting. I love seeing you, Hyrule, though. It was super cool unburfing. It's so good to see you, dude. How you doing? I have no water? Guys, it's so good to see you. Wait, let me check, guys. I need to refill my water bottle really quickly. Wolf from Hyrule, I love you. What is that, Ema? It's you getting excited. I'm about to get my dailies. I'm doing okay. I'm taking it easy. It's kind of like a comfy Sunday today. I'm gonna add everyone and then. Okay. I'm gonna get water. I'm back. See? That was so quick. Hi, Mizuki. How are you? Oh, you're so early. Like I just started feeling alive. You're great. Hell yeah. Fight me, Leon. Fight me, Leon. Maybe. I usually see your skeets. Hold on. We're Wolf Wolf cleaning a turtle tank. No. Wolf from Hyrule. Did I? Oh no. Are you relaxing now? What's your latest? Oh, your workout stuff? Yeah, I'm super proud of you, dude. What the shit? I'm so jealous. You're 203. I'm 20. I'm 20. Or no, I'm 2. I'm 255 right now. Ish. I'm around the 255. Yo, you look so good, dude. You're tall though? What do you mean? Is 5'3" tall, guys? Shadow Fox, hi, Lovey. Wait, what? Yeah. Is 5'3" tall? Is fun sized? Did you think I was tall? Nope, you're so mean. That's average for a gal in the US. Ah, Asiel, thank you for checking in. Wilson is, I'm gonna sit on hopes or be, yeah, do it, Wilson. Oh my God, Wilson, if you're a mouse, we could be a chef combo. 6'3"? Oh my God. That's humongo. Wait, I don't think I've ever told someone I was that. Do I sound tall? Is it my voice? Is that my voice? Yeah, probably it's my vibes. Okay. I see you. Yeah, no, I'm 5'3", buddy. Maybe 5'4" on a good day if I stretch. Your avatars were also tall. Are you? Are you sure we're talking about me? You sound like you'd be short. Fight me, Leon. Wait, are you sure? When's the last? I know. I'm pretty sure I'm short-ish in VR. That's okay. Picks you up and hugs you, tiny. Pepple squishes you, squamshes you. Oh, but I've seen people 6 foot and taller. Oh. I mean, I wouldn't mind being tall. I don't usually care about like height much, honestly. Well, so when I set up my avatars, Shadow Fox, I have a world that shows measurements. I have a world that I should just like switch to chatting. I have a world that shows measurements, and I line up to around the 5'4" area. Oh, I just use a scale inside, like a scale in Unity / like. The New Year's party with Moose 3 to 4 years ago. Oh my God. Maybe. It's been a minute. Your mother's happy Mother's Day, Hope. In hopes I can call you mommy later. Oh my god, you're so funny. Cuddly Red Panda, hi. It was 6. It was video sent Abby's to that. Oh my god. No, you're fine, Wolf. I'm flattered you thought of me as tall and like, and I don't know. Hope, I have a huge question. What's your big question? What's your massive question, sweetheart? I would love to say good morning, everybody. Welcome to another day by how zoinked are you? 0 out of 10. I have not hit the bong yet, and I didn't even hit the bong last night too. I just have tall girl vibes. W. Oh, heckin' Bri, thank you for the follow. Were you not?
I don't know what this is, but it's kind of...
I was about to say, because you're like always in my stream. Sailors, thank you so much, sweetie. Hi, honey. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Sailor, 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 sailor. Hope is back. I'm back, friends. We are back today with thanks. Oh, you're so cute. Guys, today I feel like I'm hiding a soft six pack. Yeah, get working on it, boo. Get working on it. Oh, I feel that. Sunday is like super comfy vibes. Goldie, jobka, 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 I love planking, but I suck at it. No spookies! Alright, guys, today is kind of like a chill day. Kind of like a chill day, guys. I need more arm strength. I can't quite hit that yet. We're gonna play more Death Stranding 2 today. We're gonna play Death Stranding 2 today. This one is sorry, but no, that's okay, sweetie. You ain't being blamed for nothing. Don't you worry, boo. Don't you worry. Strong core, W. Yeah, I'm trying to get a better core too. I don't need abs or anything. I just need a better core, like just like energy. I using is true. Oh no, but I do have some good news. Yo, yes! Hell yeah, Solace! I'm excited.
Here is what's causing me the most physical discomfort.
A better core message. Quint, hi, I love you. It's good to see you. Message just a fusion core? That's so funny. All right. All right.
Moo.
Moo, see you, moo. Moo, yeah, but that's okay. That's what they have to. That's what they usually do.
I knew you would come, but you've come.
Oh my god, Smokey. Come.
Come.
Don't feel discouraged because it's more of just like they gotta make sure like your body and blood and everything like goes on they gotta make sure you react to it okay, and then it can slowly like you could probably like raise up. That's what they did for me too. That baseline, yeah. Smokey, thank you for the follow, new friend. Welcome on in. I missed the name. I'm so sorry. Dimitri, it's good to see you. Okay, guys. Oh, why did I pause the music? It's game time. We gotta play. We got Death Stranding 2 to get through today. I gotta plug in my controller so I can actually play the game. Oh, big news to everybody. I posted this on socials, but oh, why did you switch to my DualSense? Okay, microphone. No, input, microphone, input. There we go. That was weird. Okay. Dusk came out, guys. And if you're like, what the shit is Dusk, Hope? I'm so glad you asked. You saw it? Yeah, you saw it. Yeah. Where is the website? There, I found it. This. Guys, if you were a fan, I've never played this game actually. I've never played this game. But this is Twilight Princess. This is Twilight Princess. But so what Dusk is, it's not exactly the same, I don't think, or maybe it is, but it's kind of like Ship of Harkinian, in which this allows you to play Twilight Princess on your PC, on your Steam Deck, on your Android phone, on your whatever. It's a PC port. Yeah. Metroidvania. Oh yeah. So you could play. Yeah, it's cross-platform. You have higher resolutions, higher frames, and they have quality of life stuff if you want to just like faster transformations or like whatnot. But you know what this means? If this is the case, we're getting also close to there might already be a thing out there, but this makes for Twilight Princess to be potentially randomized. I don't know if there's randomizers for this game yet, but I love Zelda randomizers. I love my Zelda randomizers. Duskies, yeah. Miss Bashful Face. Yeah, check this, peep this. You can stream this next week, Bashful, Miss Bashful Lovey. It's Bashy time. Peeping so hard. You know what's funny? Twilight Reborn, the shitty show, hasn't even gotten past. Oh my god, that's crazy. Fox Sound, how are you doing, love? It's good to see you. You able to remove all the horrible bloom that was everywhere. Yeah, there's bloom settings in this Shanghai too. It's so good. I can't wait. Dude, guys, stream idea for Miss Bashful Face. She plays I Wanna Be the Bossy, but she titles her streams I Wanna Be the Bashy. And for her going live message, it's Bashy time. In fact, we should put an emote of Miss Bashful Face as the character. I want Miss Bashful to put God. I want her to break my heart, Attic. I want to have the best thing ever I've ever had in my life with Miss Bashful Face, and then I want my heart to be absolutely shattered after. The Linkle word, that's the girl one, right? That's the girl. It's a joke, Bashi, you're good. Onyx. Yes, I want her to make me fall head over heels in love, where I do nothing but think about her and then ghost me forever. Oh my god. That's so funny. Little Fling C has lesbian. We love it. All right, all right. Miss Bashful Face earned herself a shout out for putting up with our insanity. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, so I might actually try this on Tuesday. Again, like, I've never played a Zelda game before, so I'd be curious about it. I might try it on Tuesday. I don't know what I have plans for, or not Tuesday, sorry, Wednesday. Thursday, we have Subnautica with Attic, but I might try this on Wednesday, maybe. I'll figure it out if I want to or not. I don't know what, from the table, we played I don't think oh, I was gonna finish I probably should finish Mouse PI. I think I'm actually almost done this game. All right, we'll finish Mouse PI probably on Wednesday. I'll figure it out. The best part is back coded. Oh, hell yeah. I'm so upset because today I'm gonna be streaming a game that Attic can't watch. Yeah, I'll install it again. Don't worry. I was moving shit around. Man. It was like during when I was like uploading videos, I was like running into it like with spacing issues. Mead, hello, Mead. Goose. Actually, guys, I'm just saying this game. I actually really enjoy this game much better, more better than Among Us. There's something silly. And I don't know. This game is a hoot. Oh, Roadside Research. I kind of want to play more Roadside Research. Shit, I want to play more Roadside Research. Oh, and Elden Ring too. Oh my god, the new mode. Oh, guys, Requiem was such a good game. I need to play it. You're stinky. All right, my friends. I don't know.
Problem area is up
I
here.
feel like this intro
here
has been like.
physical discomfort.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. I feel weird today, guys. Do you ever just wake up and feel weird?
I mean,
Thank
knew
you.
would come, but you've come.
That's every fucking day. Fair.
Come.
Fair. Weir's good. Weir's constantly. I feel like a pound. Oh, is that like a fox sound? Like, is that like a? Is that like a? What new mode got you in Requiem? They
Play Requiem RN Lil Sis. Play Resident Evil Requiem RN.
Well, I've beaten it, Noel. I've beaten it, Noel. The new mode, they've added like a kind of like an arcade-ish mode where you play as Leon, and it's like a roguelike system. Right, Onyx? Dude, and sometimes it feels like that though, Onyx. Like, you're not wrong. Sometimes, do you ever wake up and sometimes feel like you haven't done enough in the day? But like, you probably have done quite a bit during the day, but you just feel like it wasn't enough, and you're like, oh my god! Vega, what games do you have? And guys, when I get super amounts of money, when I get a shit ton of money, when I get a super amount of money, I'm gonna make a cafe. I'm gonna make a cafe where I only hire like I pull a Japan and only hire like anybody with disabilities at the cafe. And you could use robots to talk to people. It won't be a front-facing thing. It'll just be like you'll talk with like using robots and serve with using robots. My disability is me. I'm about to throw my ass back. I'm about to give someone a disability with my ass. You know? 6'7". Am I feeling 6'7" today? Are we 6'7", chat? Are we Ohio Riz chat? I volunteer as a chair. No. Onyx is like, I got a disability check to claim. Come here, Hope. Shadow, no, I love you. No. Eats you, Shadow. Hi, Aaron. Guys, I've just been lately, okay, wait, news, guys. I've just been fascinated with businesses I've been seeing in Japan that I'm like, man, we're so behind in Western culture a little bit. Guys, I started a new anime, by the way. You guys should consider watching it. I'll show you the opening. But it's called You and I Are Polar Opposites. I've binged like 5 episodes of this. It's kind of a banger. Watch that. Hi, Beiji. Blah 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 blah. Alright, I'm gonna start up the game, but no, 6-7. Maybe 6-7 later. I might be in the mood to 6-7 later. But right now, I'm trying to 60. If you know what I'm saying. Anyways, so I just wanted, oh, that's my naked button. I just wanted, like, I watched the first episode because I asked for romance anime recommendations. And I forgot one of them, but one told me like a really good one. It might be You and I in Polar Opposites. And there was another one they recommended, but they were like, this will destroy you. And I was like, bet. Pardon? Sorry? No! Kaguya-sama? I don't know. It's... Love is War? It might, maybe. I'll give it a watch. But I don't know if it was. It's totally self-aware. Oh shit. Okay, where's my game? I'm gonna slowly boot up my game. But I'm really enjoying where's Death Stranding? Hello? Oh, there it is. I almost cried. Chrono, how are you? It's just a function. All my F keys are set to different like emotes or clothing toggle. They're set to like toggles basically. F5 just happens to take off all of my clothes. Locked in when 2 hours later. No, you've already seen it. Oh, I have to click the play button. Sorry. I was like waiting for the game to like boot up, but it was like, you must click play first. Oh, they're not here. I'm not here. I just woke up and back to sleep. Okay, go back. Good night. Mwah. Mwah. Kisses good night. Eats you good night. Thank you for the lurkies. Death Stranding on the beach. Boot up. Make game appear. Appear game. Play game. Play. Please. Please play game. Mead. We should go into any streamer's stream who decides to pause their game and tell them to play the game and see in how many chats we get banned in. I'm joking. I didn't shit myself. You did. It wasn't me. It was you this time. Play game from the beginning. In the beginning. No, don't, because what if the streamer doesn't like? What if the vibes aren't there? You know. I don't want to get banned. I'm nice. I'm too soft to do that. I just want to make friends with everybody, and and we all get famous in the Galiban. Kudro, happy Mother's Day to your partner, by the way. Assuming they're praggers. I'm trying, boo. Kuja, how are you? I should take a walk. Take a walk. Take a walk. Do. It's the guy from The Walking Dead, yes. Oh, that sounds nice. I kind of want to go for a walk today. Alex, what's happening to your internet? Somebody save Alex. They did. I heard the Monster Energy, but then like the sponsorship, I guess, or like, I don't know, they didn't do it anymore. Can I customize my look? Do I have anything cool? I'm Sam. In the house. What? Wait, happy if you're fappy. There. No, it's the guy from Boondock Saints. Happy, I was that once. And then they took it away from me. All right. Guys, welcome to Sam, where he doesn't mind if we look at his, intimates anymore. We're like a side character now to his plot, or he's just used to it. How do I get out of here? Wait, I'm lost, guys. How do I get out of here? Oh, go to the surface. Okay. I took an arrow to the knee. Dude, everything, everywhere, all at once. It messes me up. I've watched that movie like 4 times now. I did it. I found the door. I've watched that movie 4 times. And it's like messed me up. Every single time I get like, I feel like I get a different take from it. That movie is like the perfect movie that like, it's like it's like my spiritual, my beliefs and shit. That movie fixed me. Yeah, that movie did shit to me too. I feel that. What am I holding on to? What's in my knapsack? All right, let's recycle some old shit, because I think we, oh yeah, because we beat a mass uncle, guys. It's Uncle Bam's birthday. It's our uncle's birthday.
Hey Sam,
Thank you for checking in.
that message Dead Man left for you. I hope you understand that he wanted
I need to overwhelm me positively. It made me change how I looked at, I don't know, shit. Bamfies, happy birthday, sweetie.
on an build them. Who knows? Also, you'll be. It's a just you can. So won't be sick.
Dude, that amount of Taco Bell I wanted.
Of UCA associates.
I needed
You
it.
can rest
I
easy.
need Taco Bell now.
Data concerning your life on the record
No.
is erased. So once you've taken care of Dead Man's final
Hi, clan. How you doing? Come straight home? Okay.
I'll take care of it.
Dead Man's final request. Is it? Oh, I love that. That's so cute. Wait, I have... Oh, I have... Where did I have the... I guess I have random samples to give to bro. No, it's okay. It's your birthday. You're allowed to treat yourself. One day isn't gonna ruin something. Aw, Hyrule, I'm so proud of you, sweetie.
Oh, picked up some lost cargo, I see.
The Lighthouse? Which one was the Lighthouse?
Thanks again, Sam.
Have I seen that movie, Mead?
Order completed. Well done.
Yeah, exactly. We can make a tri-cruiser, so does that mean we could make things to drive? See, and here in this house we have, oh my god, I love how that's like flagged as a thing. We have that too. We have like somewhere in Canada that's named a restaurant like that, and I'm like, is that allowed? I don't mind it. I don't know. I don't know, dude. It's just.
Tri-cruisers are now available for fabrication.
I'm so proud of you. The William Dafoe Fortnite movie. It's a Fortnite? Wait. I don't think I know what it. They played too. I wish this happened to me. It's okay. It's okay. Maybe you just needed to hear it now. Like time and place kind of situation, you know? I lost hope in movies. No, but I'm right here, sweetheart. Fortnite. Does he? I don't think I know this. I don't think I've ever watched this movie. You've done what the research lab in Mexico has been corrected. Now head back to where Fauci and Lou are waiting and bring the present. Oh, yeah.
This custom cargo container is designed to be attached directly to your chest.
Okay.
Words for Lou.
Oh, that's cute. Is there, I could get a car, right? Can I make a tri-cruiser? Bro, we have enough for a tri-cruiser, actually. Let's make one. That's the new thing. And, oh, and route simulator. Let's make sure we have a...
Commencing route creation.
Dude. Look how far it is.
Delivery route finalized.
All right. It's a great film. Oh, I have to click that after, Alex. No one cares except for the things that, yeah, true. I'm glad that movie affected you. Everyone who I showed that movie to, like, tend to really like it. I think the very first time I watched that movie was on a, was it on a date? I might have been on a date when I first watched that movie. I don't remember though. But it's weird because like, oh, speed boost. I get speed boost too. Aquaborb, how you doing, sweetheart? It's good to see you. Thank you for the alert. Time to do some. I'm hoping. I'm hoping. Guys, if you ever build something in Death Stranding 2, let me know. If I can find it. We're waiting for you. Oh, thank you. Oh, bro. Let's wife her. What's taking forever to wife her? Fragile. Raekwon bops you with my paw. Tickles you with my... No. No roar. Just how it goes. Guys, we have incoming W music. Incoming W music. where's this? My favorite part about this game is when you have a
Shut the hell up, bitch.
my bad, sorry. My bad. What's happening? Okay, there we go.
Look, Pip, I know it's our job to help this guy, but I think this guy's a lost cause. He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
It's so good. See you around my rule. South Distribution Center. Sorry to interrupt the immaculate vibes, but I just want to see if there's a I just want to see if there's an I don't think there'd be an order to Sam's shelter. I was seeing if there might be like an order to pick up and deliver here. That is true. Wait, was the title meant to change? In what? Did I change the title? Twitch might be slow and updated weirdly. It just says chatting right now. Oh, I forgot to switch. Guys, I forgot to switch. There we go. The Stranding 2. How's that? Is it better? Dumb, I love you too, Alex. Is it up there? Oh, no orders to take it on. Allah. Thank you, Quan. Do you guys like being cats? What if we were all cats? Fish. Stop in my eye. Here goes. Oh my god. Death Stranding, I miss you so much, dude.
Root creation. Delivery fridge.
Help. 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 Saying I help. Alright. Just tell me, go. You guys are insane.
Entering cargo network coverage.
Sam. Oh, Maester's eyes. I ordered an air fryer full month ago. Wow. Separated from cargo, machine gun, and contain. That's fine. Dude, this is sick. Wait, that's my new friend, guys. Meet Cyrus. I met him. I actually don't know your pronouns. I'm sorry. I met them, briefly when I watched Valen, another streamer playing Repo, the new Repo update with my close friend V. You guys know WV, by the way. And then I got to play with Mainstrix, aka Cyrus, yesterday. Him is cool. W. Wow, I know. End my existence, Alex, right now. Everyone, lick the first chatter.
Warning, battery charge levels low.
Look, somebody built a bridge and everything. That's crazy, yeah. Oh, I wish, dude. I get so sad when I stream this game. We were looking for a first chatter emote. We were looking for like a first chatter kind of. What?
Intrusion detected. Intrusion detected.
I miss you, Attic.
Alert.
How do I buy you this game?
Hostiles inbound.
But if I buy you this game, Attic, you have to play it immediately.
Danger. I gotta get back.
Wait, what? Attic's my best friend. And I whenever we're like a packaged deal. Orders from the boss. Orders from, it was the boss. Oh no. Okay, can I build something? Can I actually build? No way can I actually build a, oh god, I forgot the controls, guys. If you give me a second. How are you? How are you, Cyrus? Are you having a good day? Oh my god, is it this? Cargo management? No, not that one. Oh, and this is part of the network, so it'll be okay. I'll set it right here. In MX. Where's MX? Guys, what's MX?
Construction process now complete.
Teach me. Oh, that's right. I'm such a dummy. We even talked about this yesterday. Que pasa, Mainstrings. Sure, for motocross. Oh shit. Who are these guys? It's Mother's Day over here too. I think it's Mother's Day like on like the west side of the world, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I thought. We don't need to bother with them though. We can just move on. I'm just trying to get home. They are oiled up. No hay problema. Entre más hablemos, más me entenderás. I don't know what some of that means. Damn it. See, my dad remarried. My dad remarried into well, like a lovely Mexican lady. I don't really consider her my mom because she wasn't really around for my like growth years, but she was super pleasant to be around. But I was learning Spanish a little bit because of her. Can we, yes, there we go. Oh shit, this is a good. Mama was. The more we talk, the more you'll understand. Yes, I'm excited. Oh, look at my battery in the bottom left corner, just absolutely draining. Something, poor language doesn't my attention. That's so cool. Dude, I'll visit Mexico one day. I've arguably in quotation marks got family there. I think it'd be dope to visit. I don't think that's it. I've got an amphibious craft to show you. Is that my shit? What? Oh shit. Hell yeah. Aw. Well, I hope you're having a good Mother's Day and stuff. Holy shit, who is this guy? Oh my god, he's gonna be a repatriate, isn't he? Don't kill me, bro. Whoa. Let me guess. He also has dooms so he could travel beyond the beaches and stuff like that. What was his deal? The best reaction ever. Who the shit is this guy? Do people understand? I'm trying to mainly learn Japanese, I think, at the moment. It's so hard learning so many things at once. Steven, what do you want? I'm joking. Hi, Steven. How are you? Why is this guy aura farming? Yeah. Spectrum, hi, sweetie. How are you?
Gunfire detected at your shelter.
Destruction of personal
Database confirmed.
Shit. I gotta get back there. Moo, Cario. I can pop a wheelie. Sam, your base is under attack. What are you doing? Popping a wheelie. Is Mukari a hybrid of Milton? Yeah, and that's what Steven is. You should see his you should see art of his character. He's a Milton crossed with a Lucaria. I'm sorry, Steven. Rain, hello. I am not a cat. I'm sorry. Rain, how you doing, sweetheart? Charming to meet you. Wow, charming to have you is what I'm trying to say. Likes being, I don't know, what does that mean? Are people okay? Oh shit. My home, dude.
Maybe outside.
Where's Fragile? Where's Lou? Oh shit, like shit went down, guys. Please stop. I'm sorry. Steven, I love you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you sad.
She can't have gone too far from the shelter.
I squished your cute face. Ah, Pinkies. I squished you back. Do I have another PCC thingy? Just blood grenades. I just have so much blood.
PP.
What? No pee. I don't need a pee. Hi, I'm squishing your cute face back. Wait, where are they? Duskies, hi. Oh, Fragile's footprints. Hi, Lucky. How are you? Speaking of Lucarios. Hi, Lucky. How are you? I think I see them. Wait, I think I see them. I'll hydrate. I'll hydrate. I actually got water for this reason. Oh no. What help? We have Steven and we have you. Oh shit. Is she alive?
Lou.
No, we won't. I promise. I'll save you guys. I'm actually the guardian of Lucarios.
I patched you up the best I could.
Okay. Oh, phew.
What happened to Lou?
We were attacked.
By who? Huskies. Ah!
It all happened so fast.
Oh. Oh.
Intrusion detected. Intrusion.
Tell me at least she was badass.
Alert. Multiple unidentified armed hostiles inbound.
Tell me at least she was badass, bro. You're telling me you gotta avoid ghosts? Yeah, well, actually, in this one, we're a little bit more aggressive. Ghosts show up and we kind of just shoot them or shit on them. Hi, Koopies. How are you, sweetie? Fragile is real. Can't stop for no ghosts. That's true. Yo, W unicycle, look at that. Oh shit. Can you try to travel to the beach? Cause she can usually take people, but I know she can't as much right now in this game. Who are they?
I tried to jump us out of there.
No!
But I could only take my equipment with me. And I couldn't possibly think of Lou like that. There was no way for the two of us to escape together.
Wait, what?
The best I could hope for was to jump Lou out. Just Lou.
She was able to jump Lou. Could she not jump with Lou because she can't, like, see Lou as a... Oh shit. She's worn out, yeah. No. That poor baby. Cooper, I miss you. We got a game together. I hope streaming's going well. Did they take Lou then? Oh my god, we're gonna be an angry parent now and we're gonna get to...
I couldn't protect Lou. I am so sorry. So sorry. I'm sorry.
Dude, let me 1v1 them all. Is that Lou? Wait, is he at the beach or I'm taking a break? I got hacked to my PC, see some work. Oh, that's fair, Livy. What is that? It's a water bear. To be fair, Cooper, you look exactly like one. Wait, it's Lou, but as like a... It's because he's on the beach, I think?
What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Dude, I want to learn how to hack Cooper so I can hack your accounts back. Hi, Zavi, how are you?
You're dead.
What? No, what? No. Is he gone, guys? I'm stranded again. I missed you, Zavi. How are you? Yeah, Shadow. I want to be like a super hacker or whatever. They can just like break into your system. What is happening? Went to a fan. How was it? Did you have lots of fun? Yeah. I'll invest in a laptop and Linux or whatever. And then hack through that. Oh shit. Long journey, but it was fun. I'm so glad you had a good time. I want to do too many things in this world. You know, it's kind of one of those things like why can't I do everything I want to do? Wait, so whoever I think it was Cooper. I guess so my bad on the whole we're gonna fight the ghosts and grab a shotgun. I guess we aren't. The ghost of a shotgun though? True. It's like in the first game when we entered that like pocket dimension, or it's like of a because like you make your beaches basically, or your beaches are made like, and there's that one guy who was like How to war as his beach, but you could like use the guns inside of it too. Life's a beat.
There was no way for the two of us to escape together.
So she sent him to a beach, right? I don't think he's dead.
The best I could hope for was to jump without adjustment.
I guess that's one way to get him, is to put me in the beach by killing myself. Because Sam technically can't die. Zavi! Whoa! He doesn't open his eyes anymore, and he doesn't give us a thumbs up. And he had that, like, oily shit coming out of his eyes. Oh my god. Thank you, Frames. What are with all these PlayStation games I'm trying to play? Ew, what is that? I sometimes hate. I want to garden. I want to help you with gardening. Thank you, Zavi, for the stream streak. Hi, Silent. How are you?
Sam, I know there's nothing I can do to make it right. I know.
Damn. Hi, Silence.
Sam, stop hurting yourself. Please. Give me the gun.
He can't die. She put Lou back in the
There's
tube.
nothing left for you here. Nothing but sadness and regret. You can't go on like this. Come take a walk with me.
Damn, dude, sorry, I'm so locked in on this story. It's such a joke though. Some of my strawberry plants look kind of sad. Maybe a fungal. Oh no! Wait, that's horrible. Is there a way for you to check, Mead? Can you like use any like, I don't know, a spray or like something you could put that could like cure it maybe? What is that? A tank? Oh, it's a...
Come meet my crew, Sam.
Bro, it's so big. Didn't we just try this way to see if the routes you can't really do much except pull up the effect,
And start a new journey.
Start a new journey? Dude, this is gonna become an episode 3. Okay, drawbridge. This is her company, Drawbridge. It was fragile solo stuff. I think they went out of business, or they went into business with these or is it with Drawbridge? I can't remember, but there's a new company that grew from the bridge's work, and they if you're part of the grid that Sam like made, all the deliveries are like roboticized right now, right? Like it's going to the point where they don't need humans to deliver. But Fragile's people, they deliver outside the grid, so where the robots can't reach. Guess where he's going? Drop it. Oh, Fragile said, "You played this, boo?"
Hope you like your new private room. Feel free to make yourself.
I'm gonna go with her.
Wait, hold up.
I'll draw your.
Where's the pod? Where's Lou?
Settle down, Sam. Lou's with me. You'll see us soon enough.
I didn't have a PS5 at the time. Oh my god. What? You can play this on computer now though. Why is he a smurf? I think it's just a... You know what? I think it's because we're like, wash your face at the sink. Okay. All will be made clear. Zephyr, I'm gonna fucking cry if Lou is gone. Tissues nearby. It's been, every chapter has ended with something that just takes like a bite out of my heart, dude. Chapter 1, the doctor. Chapter 2, Lou. Chapter 3, like what's in chapter 3 gonna be now? They're gonna take Fragile, or like something's gonna happen to Fragile where I'm gonna be like, don't touch this bitch. Zeldy, how you doing? He looks cold. He kind of, we're like I think we're traveling. I think the why we look like this is because we're traveling in like through like the, we'll call it in quotation marks, the beach zone, I guess. Does you look at, if you notice the floor?
Welcome to Drawbridge, Sam. And to the HV Magellan, our mobile base of operations. Come on.
Turn to a
your bearings. This is the ship's armory. Here you can check your weapons and put them through their paces.
Okay, thank you.
These rooms over here belong to other members of the crew. They're pretty much the same as yours. And the shower's down at the end.
This is one hell of a ship you got here. Courtesy of the UCA, I'm guessing.
No. As I told you, Drawbridge is a civilian outfit. But we do have a generous patron with access to plenty of capital and tech.
Dude, I need a generous patron in my life.
Don't ask me. We've never met face to face.
Who has...
They value their privacy.
Who has a shit ton of capital and tech. Yeah, exactly, mainstream. Exactly, Cyrus.
Used and lied to before, it's true. But as long as they keep up their end, I won't pry.
I mean, yeah. If they're giving you money and tech to operate your business, and they're like, hey, keep me private, like, obviously, you, like, yeah, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Best I could do is 500 bits. Oh my god. No, guys, y'all are technically the real. Y'all are technically W patrons because like y'all like interact with me or like take time out of your days to say hello and like watch my stream, even if it's just for a little bit, even for the whole one. Y'all are already generous like that. 2 FPS game, don't it feel like that? Bow bow. Hi, Mr. John Fox, how are you? Oh, what is this? Wait,
The downside.
tar currents, the ebbs and flows of the layer of the tar between. Oh yeah, the tar stuff. Tar occasionally seeps into the crust itself. It didn't float, but as dead became stranded in the world of living, an imbalance formed. So the reason that tar currents exist is because of the dead who are able to cross over, and it's kind of created stuff. Interesting. I'm doing well, thank you, dude. Thank you, sweetheart. Bow bow! Bow! Dude, W Cat.
Excuse me if I don't shake your hand.
The Tar Man.
You steer this ship solo?
Dude, help my frames,
The
please.
computer does most of the work.
So this is a submarine.
Look, it has wings too.
We dive into the tar and use it to travel underground.
Just beneath the surface of the Earth, there are currents we can ride almost anywhere.
So what's your role in all this?
Yeah.
Me? I make sure Drawbridge's grand plans go off without a hitch.
So you're the commander?
That's right. These days I'm fragile in name only.
Oh. I want a cool cigarette to smoke, but that doesn't slowly kill my body.
So where are we headed?
I feel like I've already upgraded at those islands. I have a 4060, dude, or a 4050. Do I need to get more? Do I need the 5 series now? Whose persona is that? Real.
Which we've been asked to link up next.
You know, the problem is not everybody wants to be part of the UCA.
I think it's because I'm trying to ask my computer to do a lot.
To expand its borders.
Corgi says I need to do a 2 PC setup.
That's our last
I used to, but my second PC like kind of like shot the bed, and I lacked the resources to keep up the second PC, so I just ew. It is, help me, Cyrus.
Well,
so Lou is the child's name. Hello, excuse you. I too am a member of Drawbridge, believe it or not.
The cat talks. Ew, what is that?
It is an honor, Sam.
is that a puppet?
What? A puppet? No, no. No, I am alive and my own master.
Cyrus, what is that? Why does that look exactly like you IRL?
End up stuck inside a well.
That's
used to be a spirit medium.
When I was still flesh and bone, of course.
Doll man?
Probably my transformation cost me my talents.
Where are you?
Sam, that pod is empty.
Oh shit.
Oh. You know, no one should have to suffer such loss. I understand. Believe me, I do.
I like the way he moves. He's like a stop motion.
Go on one more adventure.
What are you talking about?
Well, take Lou.
To be a 12 FPS, right?
Like you did before in America. I'm sure a lengthy journey will help you to heal.
President Hexy Sentai? I love your name.
Sam, we've arrived.
You're so cute.
In case you're wondering, my hand is traveling through the tar currents, which is lucky because that's what allows me to keep this ship on course.
Ew.
We're by that research lab you linked up last time.
The DHV
Finally some color.
provided it's
Wait, this game's gonna be so OP. Oh, I'm so...
operations.
Yeah, and I move a lot, Cyrus. I suck at finding like a place to stay like long term, and moving your PC by flight or by delivery is so fucking expensive, dude.
Just so we're crystal clear, Sam.
I've traveled like
to connect the whole Australian continent to the existing chiral network here in North America.
Oh.
Halfway around the world. How are we supposed to do that again?
By using the Mexican plate gate.
Yeah, the plate gate. So we're gonna link, bro, we're gonna link Mexico to Australia. And risky, it's just blah, yeah.
Coverage will move the DHV Magellan to keep up.
Is it? I'm
Be traveling with your child. I mean, that's what Lou would want, right? A grand new adventure with Daddy. I'm excited for you.
Puppet's arguably the best character in the game.
Go and get your gear sorted.
Yeah.
We'll be waiting.
We're gonna link you to Australia, and you're linked to America. I'm in Canada, so I don't know where I come into the picture, but you know. Don't void out my host, please. I promise I won't. Chiral tea. Drink all the chiral tea. At least it's like promoting healthy, because every time I would play Death Stranding 1 and pound back 3 energy drinks just to get my stamina enough, I'm like, this can't be good for my heart. Like this cannot be good. Link the UK to the moon. I'm about to link the UK. I want Scran from the UK. Is now Bridges Brandon Water, yeah?
You ready for another trip with Daddy? Okay, kiddo, let's go.
Oh, a boot. Yeah, let me get a double. Go to the local Timmy's, get a double, then we'll hit the Lickbo and pick up a couple of Mickeys. And then, but I can only pay with my loonies and toonies. Straight up milfing it? Alex, free all the milfing people. How are some of you trapped and some of you not trapped? I swear I saw some people milfing it. Oh my god, Alex has done the most mod work he has ever done in like I'm working on it. I'm working on GG Alex, guys. GG Alex. Yeah, our mommy was too powerful. Guys, stop triggering the damn. Yo. Oh, Pro, thank you so much for the follow, friends. Welcome on in. Oh my god, if you don't know who I am, wait, it's about you first. You're playing Karen. Karen actually looks fun. Oh, a sleepy Procyon, I think is your name. Happy Mother's Day. Oh, did Dad send you over here to wish me happy Mother's Day? Yeah, let's go. Karen looks so good. Silly Cat, hi friends, welcome on in. My name is Hope. I'm a variety streamer. I'm your #1 panda dragon mom on the internet, and I hope you're having a lovely day today. Happy Mother's Day, yes. I love it. Happy Mother's Day. Oh yeah, no worries, Wiggles. Thank you, everyone. Hi Procyontopia. Hi Bex Comics. Hi Sleepy Procyon and Trinity. Oh my god, hi Trinity. A well-known name. Silly Cat. Hope, can I please use you as bait again? You know what? Always Lupus. Happy Mother's Day to everyone. How I hope you guys had a fun stream. Friends, we're playing We're playing Death Stranding 2. Obviously, spoilers if you have not played this yet. But it's great to have you all. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. It's so good to see you. I'm so moved by your by dye hair. Donato, hi ma'am. That's me. Dude, we need hairspray like that just dyes your hair. And it just works and doesn't like wash out. Yo, I love meeting new friends. Thank you. Friends, if you don't know who Dear Matto is, check him out. He's a very comfy streamer. Streams in the morning if you're on the North American side, but that's because he lives all the way in the UK. So, please check him out. It's super fun. I died so hard watching him play Tea Party Simulator. Don't worry, I am a Britannian. Oh, sorry, I'm a Britannian. Okay, W British folk. Alex, it's your people. They've come to see you. Chewy Fishy, hi, good daddies. And technically, I am playing Dad Simulator. Sup? Somebody told me mushy peas. Wait, was it? Guys, do we like mushy peas? Somebody told me mushy peas is good if you have a tiny bit of mint sauce added to it. But you can't have enough mint sauce that like it overpowers it. I have been. Oh my god, this weekend has been Dad Simulator. You're right. Like chips, it's great. You play Dad Simulator. That is true. I like pea soup once in a. No, but this is mushy peas, 1010. This is the green shit, bro. Me wanna I same. I usually like my peas whole, and I'm whole, and when you chew on them, they like burst in your mouth. We gotta wait, y'all. Dear Matto, you have to start a Scrandle series on your stream. You have to, before you end stream next time or at the start of your next stream, play Scrandle. Like the school. I do. Now, you know what though, 1010? A good pea soup goes hard. Like a ham and split pea soup with like pepper, a little bit of pepper in it. Oh, it goes hard. Oh, there's...
Would you mind if I joined you?
Oh my god, the 12 FPS puppet.
Will probably come in handy down the road.
Yes. Really, Sam? Your buttocks?
Your buttocks.
What about shotgun? I prefer the driver's seat.
Oh yeah, buttered bread. It's Amato, Bandle's fun, and then if I had Ghosty, he'd be able to tell you the name of it, but there's like a musical crossword one you could do. Whoa. Oh shit, my controller almost vibrated off the...
You think you have a choice?
Bandle's the music guessing one.
What was that?
I usually do at the end of my stream, sometimes. What was that just now? You saw it too?
Say it's nothing new. I always got these flashes when I hooked up the pod.
Ah, the bleed-through effect, wherein the BB's memories are conflated with one's own.
Yeah.
I'm sure someone explained it to you before. Though this is a little different, of course.
I really gotta deal with this shit again.
Sam, do you read me?
Oh, I love this.
To access the Mexico site.
Mushy peas. Matto, you just finished streaming. Shit. Girl, you're so loud. If you have to get going, rest up, do what you gotta do. Make sure you eat food, Matto. Oh, Mato Hata Steamboat, the steamboat Hata Bell. Access the Mexican plate gate terminal. W blood grenade just laying in here. W blood bag just. Wait, so.
I haven't been outside in a long while.
Am I in I'm in Australia, right?
This journey should give you a chance to mourn.
Wait, I have to do the typical. How do I drop a sign? This one? Not this one. I need a pee ban? Bro, honestly, we should be allowed to pee wherever we want, whenever we want, you know? If animals can do it, so can we. Where's the sad face? Is there actually no sad face? How do I tell this game I'm depressed? Because of what it's doing to me. Don't let the heat get you down. Keep on keeping on. Might as well. I might order pizzas for. Oh my god. I might have like a pizza tonight. Okay, I'm out of a couple of ingredients to make my final chicken wrap. Like I have chicken, but like I ran out of lettuce and cheese last night. And I kind of don't want to do a grocery order today. I kind of want to do it on my days off. Or I'm waiting to at least get paid for my grocery order. That being said, I might go for pizza today. I have a frozen pizza in the freezer. Or I might order. I might just say fuck it and order. Hi, Trinwin, it's depressing. But I love it. I love it. This game, Trinwin, this game is gonna be about loss. That's how I feel like it.
You must carry on and do what only you can do. Grieve, of course. Keep moving, Sam. And when all is said and done, you can take stock.
I feel like this is gonna be like a healing game. About like tummies, like when you lose something dear to you, and it's like, how do you get over? Delivered by Sam to my location. You want me delivered to you? I mean, I'm honored. Make sure to tip your delivery though. Make sure to tip Sam.
Drawbridge credentials verified. Welcome, Sam.
Delivering a dragon might be hard. All right, what's up, Terminal? No depression. It's hard. Wow. A couple of sad things happened already. Why did it want me to go here? What am I supposed to do here? Oh, no, I'm supposed to head here. Where am I? I'm here. Should I fabricate a motorcycle? Do you think a motorcycle gets the job done?
I will always support you.
Hold on. I need to erase all these markers. There's too many markers. I'm overwhelmed, guys. Remove all markers. I need from Sam. It's only 664. Me and color. Me and coloring glass. Because I feel like, hold on, let's actually, we could get it a little closer. Actually, that's a drive. That's not a bad drive. All right, well, sorry, scratch that. Change of plans. We're building a motorcycle. Drinwin, I've missed so many of your streams. I'm such a bad supporter. Baj style. Where's my vehicle? Ugh, I just want to use someone else's. I'm just gonna use someone else's and call it a day. Guys, you should follow one of my close friends, Drinwin. No, I'm going the wrong way. No, 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 no. I'm going inside, not outside. Wow. I hate this game. I pressed the wrong button and I'm blaming it on the game. W Alex. Common Alex W. Me. Oh, there was like a coffee grain in my coffee and I'm just slowly dying. All right, get me in. I kind of want a scooter. Well, I don't know what they're properly called, but you know those motor scooters or whatever that go decently fast, but you don't really need like you don't need a driver's license per se or a full license to drive them. You just gotta go around and some like Uber driver people like use it. I kind of just want one to get around. I have a driving question though. Are you allowed like on the road with those? Do W music. Good idea. You know how you can make your own booze from fermented fruits? Fermented chilies, yo. I usually like watching or seeing Papa Mutt's progress. Papa Mutt makes like, I think he makes mead or whatever. Whoa, look at that gate. It's so sick.
Just a bit further now.
Holy. But you kind of remind me of that, Alex, like making your own kind of like stuff.
Okay.
So this is where a storm happened. This is an anomaly. Not much has been researched, but it's the only gate we know of in the world at the moment where something could pass through and they end up in Mexico. We're in Australia right now, I believe. Or are we in, we might actually be in Mexico. Sorry, hold on. Oh yeah, my bad. We're in Mexico right now. So this gate, just you walk through it, and because of the dense like chiral stuff into it, you end up in Australia through it, and a lot of the wildlife have like crossed over. Okay, now we can 6-7. 6-7, thank you. Dude, same. I want my own place to grow my own weed.
I mean, I knew you were.
Whoa, who are these people? Mega! Hi, sweetheart.
What's the deal with them?
I've never seen them before. They almost look like they're on a pilgrimage.
Yeah, kinda.
It's right through the gate like that?
It would seem so. Once you extend coverage into Australia, the chiral network should afford us some additional security. Or at least allow us to maintain a record of whoever uses the gate. It bears repeating that the UCA does not intend to restrict access to it.
Okay.
We want to ensure safe passage for everyone traveling between the countries.
I have come. Oh my god, Meg, I'm so proud of you. Do you want a cookie now? No, I'm just...
Brace yourself, Sam. It's a gatequake. Oh. And the big one at that.
Please. Oh my god, Noel. Oh. I'm so excited. Alex. Is that why people are into moms? Because after a good job they get a cookie? They get a cookie or they're a sandwich made for them and they're sent off to do go play their video games? Men only want one thing and it's disgusting. No, I'm just... Good job, oh yeah, Alex. Job is censored. Good job, champ. Have a cookie. I'm a T-Fem, you T-Fem. That's why I'm talking to the masks. The MASCs. Whoa. It's me. My pod is like a different colored. One looks like from the old times and the others... Whoa. I've already did it, Noel. This is just normal in Australia. Oh, bet. So when are we when are we gonna go to like the UK or Japan or some shit as Alex. 6, 7. Okay, there. Are you happy?
Strange place if ever I've seen one.
So this is Australia. Guys, this is the first time, I'm gonna be real, this is the first time I've ever seen Australia before.
There should be a terminal this way. Let's keep moving.
Just a bit further now.
This is the first time I'm ever experiencing Australia. You can't convince me that this isn't what Australia looks like right now. Unaffected. Good to see Australia. That's so funny. Unaffected by Death Stranding. Oh. Whoa, look at that city in the distance. Wait, look at that. That's so funny. Wait, I'm resting? No, get up. Use the damn terminal. Ah! Connect the Cupid. So now we'll be able to know who or what passes through the gate. Like, we'll have a connection. this is actually Australia. Holy shit. The baby, that's you, Duskies. Baby Duskies. Oh, you thought I was just... What? Oh, you thought... Fuck me, this game is huge. It is. Well, to give you... I think there's 42... There's 42 things to connect, I believe. Because I got an achievement in the bottom right. Thing 5 out of 42.
Just to let you know, when you come back to the DHV Magellan, our patron would like to talk to you.
Okay, well, can you just bring the DH whatever Megallion? Oh, my bad. It's right there. So these guys can use the tar to travel. And they're our guys, drawbridges.
Well done.
Oh no, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall.
Too close for comfort.
Too close for comfort. Whoa, yo, Richard, how's it going? Oh my god, I feel like it's been a minute, but I'm pretty sure like we talked like a few days ago. Hi, Richard, how are you, sweetheart? Did you have a good stream? What was it? Usually it tells you what you play. Wait, usually it tells you what you play. What did you do? I must know. GTA 5. Guys, I've got like a little bit of an itch to like I consume GTA 5 roleplay content. But I started watching this one guy who breaks like the economy of very like money hungry servers, we'll talk it. We'll say, and he goes in and he just like he runs like a console command and he gets like a shit ton of like money and just gives it out to people.
Thank you, Sam.
Hope it was so long. Mega, you've got me pinned down exactly as who I am as a person. It's so big. It's so long. Whoa, why does that look exactly like Mega IRL?
Sam, my name is Charlie.
I don't, that's, oh. Why are...
Charlie's Drawbridge's patron.
Why do we have weird...
Hear me out, Sam. I want you to help us bring Australia into the network.
Banned for failure to RP, yeah.
People saw what you did in Mexico and wanted more of the same.
What are you trying to pull?
There are reasons why I can't tell you who I am, Sam.
Oh, this is the patron, sorry. This is the guy?
Nor am I your enemy.
This is...
You think I'm just gonna trust the words of...
This is who's giving drawbridges, tech, and money.
The one paying for the shit and this whole operation at considerable personal risk.
Nah, I want to see a face, or no deal.
A face, very well. Since you won't take it from me, maybe it should come from someone you know.
Oh my god.
Pick one of your old comrades, and I'll speak to you with their voice.
Wait, no, that's just... The smile just kills me, bro. The smile just kills me. Oh, who do we choose? Die Hardman, Deadman, Hartman, or Lockman? Fucking it is the Roblox face, bro. Deadman, we love Deadman, guys. Who isn't choosing Deadman at this option? Strawberry Milk, I'm Forte, I love you. Wow, how are you? I love Hartman. He's really cute though, because he's like, I'm spending my time trying to find my wife's beach, so he like almost kills himself to do it. Well, he successfully kills himself and brings himself back to life. For a moped in Alberta, you need a minimum of a learner's license, and there are some highways you can't be on for an e-scooter with a license. Max is 20. Depends on the city. Oh, okay. Fair. Hartman, he's Mexican. You're biased. I might do Deadman, actually. If I'm being real, I've got such a big attachment to I love Deadman. He's like... He's like the person... I mean, none of these people really hid stuff from me. Maybe Die Hardman, actually. It's crazy that they put Die Hardman as one of the options because he was a little sketchy. Dusky's lick. Lockney is the girl, right? That's the twin sisters or whatever that were like, oh, Jai. Let's do Deadman. I wonder if we could switch.
Call me Deadman. I'm well acquainted with the dead.
Hold on, let's check them all out. Let's check them all out. Call me Hartman. I'm well acquainted with the hearts.
Now the main problem area is up
No,
here.
Goldie.
All this going on up here is what's causing me the most physical discomfort.
It's been a while, but not really. Mulling and Lochno, we're the same.
I loved her. She reminds me of Jessica Jones.
Sam, this is Die Hardman.
Die Hardman. It's funny how bro is named after a Christmas movie.
Call me Deadman. I'm well acquainted with the dead.
Last I heard, he took a one-way trip to the beach. Seems a little soon, don't you think?
Don't fucking flash that smile with me. I don't understand what that smile is.
Sam, it's Hartman.
No point. The man himself will be joining you on site in Australia.
Oh wait, so Hartman's gonna be with us. What is Lockney up to? And Die Hardman has disappeared as well.
Mulling and Lochno, we're the same.
As I'm sure you are well aware, Mama's Khan now resides within Lochna.
Yeah.
My persona to the two sounds confusing. No, let's avoid that.
Okay. Why give me an option then, right?
This is Die Hardman.
Like, why does he just talk to me at the...
All right, pulling up his profile from the database.
Oh, it is gonna be Die...
How about now, Sam? Feeling more at ease already, I'm sure.
Ew. I mean, it's...
Tell me, old buddy, if this is a UCA sanctioned op, who knows about it?
Yeah, who does know?
You misunderstand. Then again, there's a lot I still haven't explained to you, isn't there? I think it's time a certain someone made an appearance. I'd like you to meet the president.
The new president?
The illusion of free choice, right? That's what it...
Precisely. The UCA doesn't have a presidential system anymore.
Oh, it doesn't?
Die Hardman was the first and only president, making it one of the shortest-lived single executive administrations in history. One can only guess what he felt about it. Previously, the president was subject to the will of the people via popular vote every 4 years.
Right.
APAS, however, is far more efficient. It can ascertain public opinion in real time and thereby determine the appropriate course of action.
Whoa, that'd be crazy, guys.
The adoption of a new model.
What's the...
Guy, you just told me he isn't really the president.
He is not the president of the UCA. Rather, he serves as the president of APAC. APAC is a privately owned corporation responsible for the operation and oversight of APAS.
Wait, so who's the... How is it...
May delegate day-to-day governance.
They delegate day-to-day governance?
Your performance in Mexico was exemplary. We cannot...
It is I, Coffee Brewman. Oh my god, please, I need more coffee.
I firmly believe that the only ones capable of expanding the network into Australia are those who helped establish it here at home. That means you, Sam.
Is he the patron?
And you too, Fragile. APAS has determined that you have the highest probability of success.
Drunk man.
APAS and the chiral network are all built on UCA tech. If you expand their reach beyond our borders, then you're expanding their influence as well, aren't you?
A valid concern. But it wasn't the UCA that made the final decision.
Who was it?
It was APAC. A private
I mean,
organization.
I knew you would come, but
UCA
I swear,
no
Duskies.
whatsoever in this
I
matter.
have.
Sam, it
Not
may
yet,
cause
Alex.
Linking up Australia will also serve a greater goal. You see, the plate gate that connects North America and Australia only matured after you united America with the chiral network. On that basis, we believe that a new gate will manifest somewhere within Australia once full chiral connectivity is achieved.
Oh, they think that there might be a
We
way.
have sufficient data to calculate the location of other points of connection.
They think that there's gonna be another gate, and we could soon enough connect the world.
Can then proceed to extrapolate the positions of these landmasses. In other words, this mission is not just about linking up a single continent.
It's linking up the world.
By connecting Australia, we will be one step closer to reclaiming a pre-Death Stranding world where everyone is part of a greater whole.
Oh, what was that? Ew, why did it move?
Guess so. Tell me, though, who's Charlie to you?
He may speak for me as necessary to ensure the operation proceeds according to plan. Our operation, however, will calculate what factors are essential for your success and will provide you with direct support. Welcome aboard, Sam. Charlie, we'll take it from here.
We still don't know who Charlie is. Half tempted to think Charlie is actually Die Hard Man.
But know that everyone on this ship is ready and eager to back you up. You won't be on your own this time.
So, you're gonna do it?
One more adventure with Lou. One more adventure with Lou.
Did it before. Seems like the only thing I'm good at.
Felt, brother, felt. That's exciting. I'm so curious how this shit's gonna unfold. It is interesting that they developed, so like I can't tell. I might need like to look it up or something, but they don't really have a president in the United States of the cities or whatever. It's now like it now changes depending on public needs. And what the cat gets to chill with me. I love it. Flotion, how are you?
I'd like to take a moment to go over the details of the request that Drawbridge has.
No, let me drink my energy drinks.
Magellan's delivery terminal when you're ready to proceed.
These two, but Sam turned it down.
Looks like you've been supplied with the
Well, I know Sam didn't want to be it. And then slams White Monster. I don't know the hype about White Monster. I don't drink Monster energy drinks. I don't drink energy drinks at all. I'm curious why it's so memed upon, that it's so good. I'm doing well. I know Sam didn't want it. That's why Die Hardman was president. And then, but like Die Hardman left soon after, and now they just have like a rotating president. It's common because it is. I will try it once. I will try it once. I get picky about like supplements and whatnot, like energy stuff. Die Hard, man.
lizard.
Maybe it's not as bad as I think it is. Dollman's outfit? Lizard. Ew. Who's wearing an orange tux? Meanwhile, somebody getting ready to put on an orange tux hearing my stream. Being like, well, fine. I'm sorry. Okay, Kibi, you don't have any cool colors. I don't have any cool colors either. Dutch people do? I mean, it's mostly just caffeine. Rawr, scales. Rawr. Oh, Mayo. How do I set up my cool pronouns? You need to go to, oh man, I know somebody has the website, but if you Google search, like, if you Google search pronoun extension Twitch, it'll pop up and it's something, have you tried the VR room stuff? Is it good? Wait, is it is the VR training worth it? I don't even know where to find it. Chrome extensions, Twitch pronouns. Alejo? Zydrate! Zydrate comes in a little glass vial. A little glass vial? A little glass vial. It doesn't, yeah, but Opera GX is kind of like, hot take, but Opera GX is kind of bloatware now, low key. It might take a little bit. It might take, you have to add it, and then it'll probably take like a second for like.
It's important to remember that defeating BTs isn't the same as eliminating.
I still use it. That's fair. I kind of backed out of it. I'm sorry, Cyrus.
For the time being.
Cyrus, what's that little face beside your name? Yeah, and it's like, it's got like AI, not that like the other browsers don't have AI in it, but it's just like, it's just, it takes a lot on. Was they asking how to get it, in which case, I don't know. Well, it's a little marathon. Oh, that's cute.
Meaning.
So, I beat Earthbound.
How does it feel? I've never played Earthbound before.
Out of curiosity, Sam, did you notice that these...
I do notice that. He just tells me about the game.
Showers these days, they're able to collect all the minute...
Oh, okay.
That sure look...
So I should take a shower so it collects the chiral pieces off of me. Mine still appear there? Yeah, it takes it from, I think, like... Wait, have you ever used it in the past, though, before Scales? Because I'm wondering if it just took it from there. Yes, we get a shower scene. And I wonder if it's taking it from there. It might take a second. For Roman Reed-ish. Duskies, what is that face for? Oh, this is the VR thing. Start training. Oh, but I don't want to train. Do you get something out of it? Oh. You is stinky? No! I'm not. I shower. And Snake's headband. You get better sweet. Oh, like suits? And Snake's headband. I might do it. I I'm gonna do it off stream. Let me do one of them. Let me do one of them just to try it out. Just to try it out. Wow, thank you for the head pads. I need them to live. Yo, is that the valve? Is that this? That was loud as shit. Whoa, the valve? Damn, we need you to play. I love VR. Oh, I found a new game mode I'm addicted to in VR chat. I lost already. I forget the full name of it, but it's something Magic Arena or something Arena. I feel like it plays like Terrors of Nowhere, but you could like choose a class like a tank or an assault or a healer. And like, that's how it is. You get thrown into rounds and you like try to, you try to survive. I don't know. It's been kind of low key fun. I still like my Terrors of Nowhere though. How? You do Duskies? Yeah. How? Do I have to be slow? I hate being slow. What is that phase, Noel? Why is this VR room like specifically loud? I swear it's louder than the rest. I thought you'd be used to being slow. Eats you. Thank you, Finlay. I'll see you around. Licks. Eats a lot. What is that emote, Alex? Bro, what else was I supposed to do? Oh, can I kill him at least? Give me like a takedown. Turn away, bit. Na 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 na. Ba na ba na ba 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 da. Ba da 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 da. I accidentally could stick. Well, actually, my flow of character. Oh my god, I miss you so much, dude. It's been a minute. I want to watch your streams. Hi, sweetie. How are you? Hello. But you can still use it, Zavi. I just wasn't. I didn't mean to like chase you off of a thing, but I just. I feel like I could have made it. But I got scared. And if I go now, he's gonna look. Once we start. How's this try? It's so good. Richard, thank you for the hot pots. Wow. I hope you enjoy your walk. I kind of want to go for a walk today. It's actually finally nice out. Stop! My controller drift is insane. But it's going well. Things are fun. I'll have to catch you in a game of Blood on the Clock Tower at some point. W. Oh, and you earn likes too? That's not bad. Yeah, I should be playing more Wednesday and Saturday. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll hunt you down. Yeah, for now, enjoy the walk. Enjoy the walk. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, bark, bark. It's stuck at 50%. Oh, we're so cooked. Please. Oh, there we go. Yay! Alex, feed me dinner. What do you want for dinner? What did you have? Didn't I... Wait, what? What do you want for... You did, though. Oh, new memory.
Don't shoot!
Ooh.
Another curious vision.
Haven't I seen those ones before? Oh. Take on a main order. Okay, what's the main? Oh my god, I'd pay $5 for my controller not to like suck me off, bro. Oh my god. There.
All right, Sam. Let me give you a rundown of your new job. The big one. It's the same deal as America.
Okay.
People here are isolated. The cities are cut off from one another.
That's what my controller's doing. Well, it's not doing it like that. Would you pay for it?
We want you to cross the continent and link up key locations using...
No, I will not for... Sam, I am... Do not want green eggs and ham.
City to here, West Fort Knott. Charlie will brief you...
Fort Knott? Is that a real corpse land? No! Is that a real place in Australia?
Nation is home to what they're calling the government.
Okay.
They seek to establish a new administration to fill the void left by Australia's collapse. As the concept of formal governance is a distant memory to most, they opted for a simple name. These people are currently suffering from the effects of severe chiral contamination. But with UCA technology, they should be able to make a full recovery. The cargo you'll be entrusted with contains everything they need for their treatment. If we can deliver it and earn their trust, they should be amenable to joining the chiral network.
Lex Luthor jump scare is crazy. I already don't like this government.
We would benefit from their support. We're already seeing anomalous chiralium readings throughout Australia. There's even
ALEJO? Pronouns?
A BT pod should allow you to use your Ultra deck to ascertain the location of BTs, but it's
question mark?
that pod will function correctly at this time. Proceed with the utmost caution.
Oh, 7TV. 7TV.
And sturdy whenever he can. He's been an excellent advisor to us as well. I say this to assure you that any instructions Charlie gives have been discussed with and approved by me.
Okay.
Let's get to it. Review the details of the main order on the delivery terminal.
Take on orders. Deliver the chiral decontaminator.
Updating with new data supplied by drawbridge from outside chiral network coverage. Commencing route creation.
We have to go there, please. Thank you.
Wake up, Lieutenant. It's me, Connor.
Sam, this is Charlie.
Charlie?
APAS has been analyzing your actions so far.
Who's Connor?
Some new upgrades tailored to your preferred way of working. It's my understanding that additional servers are currently being installed on several beaches, which should result in a marked increase in APAS's processing power. Due to the timeless nature of the beach, the potential to boost APAS's capabilities is infinite. Its analysis will grow more comprehensive as you complete more orders. Additional enhancements to become available. And see what you like.
The android sent by Cyberlife. No, not him. JK, we love him. We love Connor. What is this APAS enhancements? Okay, unbroken connection to it using your available memory. I'm going to select a bespoke. Oh, so I can basically get enhancements for that. Or I can tell it to auto connect, like auto give me stuff. So like improved water, weather analysis, and simple noise counselor. That's cool. Or like if I'm doing a more combat job, I could like... Wait, change color? I want the kitty. Kitty. Oh, play a Star Wars game? There's no good ones right now. I might do Knights of the Old Republic again at some point. I don't know what I would want to play on stream. Now, don't get me wrong, I love Star Wars games, but it's more of like, I don't know what I kind of want to play for stream per se. I've been getting an itch to play the MMO, the Star Wars MMO. That one's really fun. I know, and before somebody says it, yes, I'm an MMO junkie. Somebody help this girl. Yada yada. I know, I know. Kojima-san? Is Hideo Kojima in my game? Or do you think that's just someone pretending they're... Are you leaving me? Oh, okay. My bad, my bad. Nastiest I know, you're so right about that. Is Kojima involved? Maybe Kojima is in the game right now. Not to mention, I just played a little bit of World of Warcraft last night. I played a shit ton of RuneScape last night though. RuneScape, I've been doing the leagues mode in old school RuneScape. With each say, Alex, it's true. What do you mean? I kind of miss Final Fantasy 14 a little bit. It's just hard when you don't have that many people to, like, log on with, and it's like...
Must be a BT somewhere nearby. Keep an eye on your other deck's movements as you proceed.
I don't want to fucking... Should I ditch my car here? You know what, F it, we're driving through. I'd like them to try. It's so big, dude. Do it, I dare you. Wait, why is my car not moving? Oh my god, the tricycle sucks. The tricycle sucks, guys. I'm sorry I ever drove. I'm sorry I ever fucking drove, bro. He insta-kills? Dude, that dude insta-killed me. No kissies, please. Wait, or a scripted event? Oh, fuck. Scripted event or not? What is that? Hi, Lunar. How are you, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. I probably... Yeah, I'd blow kisses or give, like, I guess forehead, but not on the lips. That's a little much. No kissies. Dude, Lunar, I'm doing well. It's so good to see you, girly. How's today's Sunday been? Gotta get my damn bike. Ugh. Yeah. Oh, wait, is that how you get a shout out? You just gotta hug Alex? W. Oh, Alex, I wish I could have a shout out. I mean, generally, I don't want to. I'm streamer and I'm friend. I'm not lover. I'm not your, you know. Too bad. Oh my God, shoves you up my asshole. There, how'd you like that out? How do you like them apples? I'm being silly. That's okay. Dude, this, we need a new vehicle. We need a new unlock. Oh my God, I got a shadow. Hope's a streamer? I know, right? Dude, this trikey sucks. I'm more stressed at this fucking bike, dude. Oh, I'll take that. Yahoo!
Last long at this rate, Sam. Handle it with greater care, please.
Okay, sorry, dude. Done. Shouted you out on my stream. What are you? Wait, are you streaming right now? Okay. Well, Addy, I know you. Mwah! I've known you for years, of course. No. Still a W shout out though.
Might there be somewhere we can cross more easily?
No. What about me? Wow, why does everybody want to kiss you today? Noel, thank you. I'm a W streamer. You're so sweet. First one person wants a kissy and then everybody wants kissies now? Rate my parking, guys. Everybody wants a little W parking or L parking. There. Removing. No, you can still keep it. I feel bad. I should have brought a crafting thing with me. Oh, 78%. They're gonna hate me. Woman 110, there isn't enough spit in your mouth to share with the. Holy shit, Addy! To spits in your mouth.
Cut straight through BT territory just to bring us our cargo. That's quite a feat. Been waiting a long time for someone like you to show up.
He talks like Sassy the Sasquatch.
Must have been a tough journey for you. But as long as we get what we need.
Oh my God, I don't want to hear it. I'm sorry, I got pulled a. Does I have to go buy a grapefruit? Ugh. There's your grapefruit sesh. Kathy, you just came in at the perfect time. Holy shit. Please. Do, 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 do. Yeah, more of Australia. We're unlocking Australia. Old Oz. Damn. Ozzy Osbourne. Whoa, there's my my little vehicle, my tank. Whoa, a bola gun? Oh, that's the thing that like yeah, I literally can headshot them and they just get knocked unconscious. New backpack attachments. Ebola! Yeah! Let's go!
With this network at outer space, might be able to make our dream a reality. We want to build a world where even the weakest among us have a chance. A world where people come together to stand against those who embrace violence. Ever since the death stranding, this continent has been afflicted by terrible environmental changes. It was bad enough, but out of nowhere, the anomalies became a hell of a lot more dramatic. Skyrocketing levels of chiral contamination, those bloody watcher things coming out of the woodwork. Didn't realise it at the time, but the escalation of all this insanity coincided with the UCA's connection to the network and the appearance of the plate gate. The chiral network is causing instability beyond the reach of its coverage, which means the only way to fix it
Okay.
is to pick up all of Australia.
So we have to like that's how we stabilize Australia, but we also think that a gate might appear. Maybe he doesn't know that we have other plans because we're like, hey, because we connected a lot of North America, a gate appeared in Mexico or whatever.
Should help us all combat the brigands.
And now we're wondering if more places get connected. Yeah! That's our One Punch Man!
We've successfully completed. I want to thank you for making this possible. To extend network coverage as far as West Fort Knott.
West Fort Knott.
Business will be to link up the Western Environmental.
Bro, I wish I knew cities in Australia. I don't know shit about Australia. What is on my back? Like, why is this? It's resins. Can I put it into some? Nah, Phoenix. That's fair. I hope I finish the commission. Are you proud? Send it to me. Yes. Hi, Sunnis. Oh my God. Hoof bump, everybody. Hi, Phoenix. Hi, Featherfoot. Hi, Zoe. It's good to see you again. Friends, welcome on in. Zoe's actually a W streamer, super fun to hang out with. You should check. Not Zoe, sorry, Phoenix or Phoenix. Hi, I messed up words. Guys, I've known Phoenix for a bit. I'd say a bit. Hi, Theory. You should totally check her out. I absolutely adore her. She's so fun. How was Tomodachi life? Hi, Theory. Of course you're here, Theory. Hoof bump Theory. Hit me with it. Hit me with it. Quite a long time. Yeah, wait, maybe it's been quite a long time. You're so cool, girly. I hope you're doing well. the pony said me, oh my God, Death Strand. Yeah, I'm playing number 2. Spoilers, by the way. Spoilers, by the way. Kedge! Hi, Kedgy! Check DMs. Oh, perfect. Yeah, I love Phoenix. Phoenix is actually such a great streamer. Please follow her. Please follow her. She's super cool. Friends, if you don't know who I am, I might not be a pony. And I'm not allowed to tell y'all my favorite of the main 6 because it's a hot take. But or main 5, whatever you call them. I'm sorry, I don't know much. I know winter wrap up if that attracts you, but But yo, I'm a dragon. I'm your #1 dragon mom on the internet. I hope you're having a good day. I don't judge. It's Rarity. Hope I remember freaking out because you were the first partner to ever make. What? Oh no, stop! I just want to make friends and shit. It's okay to be wrong. I'm like hated by my group for liking Rarity. I love my drama queen. Real. Ugh. Thank you so much. Anyways, yes, I'm your #1 dragon mom on the internet. I hope you're having a beautiful day today. I play all sorts of game. Every Friday I play a horror game. And yeah, we just kind of hang out and chill. You should follow my B-Sky or my YouTube or whatever if you want to see other stuff. Rarity said, yeah, she gets way better. I said, yeah, W Phoenix, let's go. I just haven't seen the new stuff. I haven't really I haven't really consumed many pony content, much pony content. Girl boss fan, I respect it, hell yeah. But a sub order? This usually gets us something, right? Sometimes sub orders gets us stuff too, but I wanna. It's funny because I hope you can consume my pony. My pony content is not the actual show. It's watching. It comes in threes. It's watching Phoenix Redtail. It's watching Theory Pop. And it's remembering that the Don't Mine at Night song exists with Button Mash and the Sweetie Belle, I think is her name. That's my 3 pony content that I consume. I'm my pony content there, Tomodachi, but everyone is MLP. Wait, that's so cool. Did you turn everyone into ponies? Wait, I need to see one. Anyways, I love you guys. It's good to see you. Please also check out Phoenix. She's such a cool streamer. Wait, I have. Oh, that's cool. I like your commission. Well done. Well done, Gaby. I've got some MLP. That's so cool. Phoenix, I need help actually. I know I'll let you go. I know you just finished a good stream. You probably want to go eat. You probably want to go take a shit. That's totally okay. But talk to me about one thing, because you're like the pony girl. That you're like the only person I really know besides like Theory Pop or whatever. But the new pony stuff worth a watch? I hunted down on YouTube somewhere. Is it good?
Hello, Sam. To aid you in your future orders.
Or should I just try to finish? I haven't finished like the Twilight Sparkle series or whatever. Should I finish that? Gwyn, what is that face?
Moving forward, I imagine you'll want to adjust your.
That's a big conversation. Oh shit.
Personal preferences at the time.
Oh shit. Okay. I did watch the movie and I liked the movie. Is that okay that I like the movie? I need more boots. Yay, Streets! Welcome on in. Sun is lost. I like your name, Sun. Yeah. Have you watched season 5? Who's season 5? Who's season 5, guys? Thanks, of course. Movie is very goated. Okay, of MLP. Oh, I know, but I'm sorry. I guess I don't know. I seasoned my stop. I really want 5 Guys so bad. Can you stream on the Task Manager app? Sure. You know what? I would love to. Oh, was it? That's cool, actually. I like the movie. I didn't like the animation of the show. I can still watch it for the plot, but I really liked how the ponies looked when like Rarity was the thing, you know, and Twilight Sparkle and shit like that. Like that kind of cartoony stuff bring pleasant stuff to my eyeballs. Dwin, where are you? I want you to dance for me. I don't need this resin box. I don't need this resin box. It's a basic. I don't want to dance today. No, why, sweetie? You gonna have Rainbow Road ship then? Okay, W. Maxwell, hi, sweetie. How are you? Also, destroys you all. Make sure you're following Phoenix. She's super cool. And any other streamer who came along with Phoenix. I need to destroy these. I need to destroy these boots because they're not it. I need new boots. I'm good. My Gmod told my wife I'm fat. What? Wait, what? Your Gmod told my wife that I'm fat. That's insane. Anyways, I need to lovely. Yeah, go Phoenix. Sorry, I'm taking your time, girly. I'm taking your time. Lots of love, much love. Go have good dinner. Now I have to raid Phoenix. I need her to stream. Where's Snova the Snowf? Yo, 450? That's too much. That's insane. That's insane. What does that mean, Maxwell? Not well, Phoenix. Yeah, welcome on. Obviously. Oh, I love you guys. You guys are pleasant. You guys are pleasant to be around. W new friends I'm meeting right now today. Okay, so I'm doing a quick thing because I think this might unlock something for me. I'm ready to go. Head out. But obviously spoilers if you haven't played or know much about. I'm near the beginning of this still.
Sam,
don't worry about.
Perform reconnaissance for you if you.
No, it's okay. I just need to get somewhere.
No telling what might be waiting for us ahead.
Wait, but Dwin, are you sure? What if you are you sure dancing for me won't make you feel better? Or what? Happy Mama's Day. Yeah, it's Happy Ma Day. That's okay. Still W UK, W everyone from that side of the world. So I have a package that could break at any second.
Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly.
W ladder, honestly. Sports belt? What is this? How did you drop this? Oh, that's not a bad fall there. Is Mother's Day in Germany? Yes. Yeah, babies can break. I'm not carrying a baby. I have weapon parts. I have weapon parts on me. I guess I'm carrying a baby. But that's like a spoiler region at the moment right now. Oh my god, a gateway. Ah, I can't see with all the raindrops on my screen. Dude, is there this many hills in Australia? Ewan! Oh, shit. Guys, we may be somewhere where it might be dangerous. My thing is pointing that way. Of course, do I have a PCC kit? Of course I didn't bring one. I was gonna say, if I had one, I could set up a ladder there. But I don't think I actually brought one, guys. Man, that's balls. We might just have to sneak past them. Son, good night. Thank you for coming and saying hi. I'll see you around Phoenix's area. Doing good. Ewan, as long as you're doing well in this world, then I'm doing just fine. Because you are Ewan, the EU in Ewan stands for WN. Shit. I low-key have to get by them. Good, good. Oh, and it's raining too, and the cargo's getting damaged. Good thing I made spray. I don't like what I hear. Dude, Australia's BTs are go crazy. The fact that I can't see it too makes me even more frightened. Eats it all, Maxwell. Pose. Oh my god, Pose, I thought of you today. Yeah, because do you remember I played that game with Attic? It was a good thought. Yeah. We were the, oh shit. It was called What Sub? And we played as those pirates in the sub and we had to power ourselves through coffee. Yeah, the dev reached out to me again. One of the devs, Thim, who visits my chat here and there. I guess they finally released their game and he like threw codes at me and he was like, thank you so much for all the support. Like we've like just launched into early access and I was like, I love you, Thim. I said, you to just like, oi, is it Tuesday, mate? Dude, it be like that. Oh my god. That game did look fun. I'm excited to see like how smooth it's gotten. Bro, they're giants. Look at them. I could annihilate them with a blood grenade, right? I think that's how it works. Typical Australia, just floating giants. Yeah. That's how it feels like, dude. Oh, I gotta get there. If I would love it if my controller didn't do stick drift anymore. That'd be amazing. I'm pretty sure I can stealth kill them with the blood grenades. I know, I'm too scared to try it. Guys, he doesn't see me, right? Guys, I think he sees me. What in the... Bro, I hate Australia. I'm so tired of Australia, bro.
Wait, Sam, you just dropped some of your cargo.
Clearly. Ends my entire...
Your cargo is damaged beyond repair, Sam.
Clearly not. Dude, dolphins. Dude, like... Crashes out. Wait, Sam, you've dropped some of your cargo. That's insanity. Another shrimp on the Barbie. He says, looking at your dead body. That's how it feels like.
Somebody lend me a hand.
I'm Sam. Okay, let's try this again. We have to go to the lone commander.
Sam, I can perform reconnaissance for you. After all, there's no telling what might be waiting for us ahead.
I know what's ahead. Use Dolman and get an aerial view. Okay, so you could actually throw bro.
Hey there.
Wait, you know what? I'm grabbing a couple PCCs. Hold on. Ew, I don't need that. I just picked up my old ass boots. That probably stink of shit. Somebody else could use them. Please let me activate. Not now, later. No, I don't want to take on an order. Sorry, I want to fabricate like 2 PCCs. You're not allowed to eat. You're not allowed to eat now, Kathy. Oh, yeah. You know what I've never tried, actually? A Five Guys hot dog. Somebody told me they're really great, but I honestly have not tried it yet. Would I like to? Maybe, but I feel like when I go to Five Guys, I'm there to get a burger, you know? Five Guys footlongs. Yo, that's if they ever entered the sub business. DS2, hi, Omni Bites You. I love your new name change, by the way. Instead of Sheba biting you, it's now Omni biting you. They did. Oh my god, wait, do you think I'm in the game? Wait, now I have to check. Pose, now I have to check. Thank you. How you doing, dude? It's good to see you. I think you've been playing this game, right? I think you've been playing this game. I know because Twitch tells me you play this game. I follow you everywhere. No. We love Omni's. I have so much. I get sidetracked so easily. I understand. Omni's a cute streamer, friends. You should check him out. Longtime friend of mine.
There's a BT nearby.
Okay, I gotta get through this stupid area. Okay, where's my I'm trying to be a better citizen too, or whatever, like build stuff to help people out. Wait, how do you? Oh, I'm so dumb. Are PCCs not the stuff you build ladders of? Oh my god, I built the wrong things. I don't need this. I don't need this. I hate this. I brought the wrong thing. And I hate backtracking. I thought you used PCCs to build ladders. I'm so dumb. Yeah, right?
I'm Sam.
See, I built this now I can restore people's stuff. I wanted to build a ladder up there. I guess I could go back. I guess oh shit. There we go. Canada lady, give me all your estrogen. My estrogen. Estrogen's so easy to get in Canada. Usually, you just gotta talk to someone. They're like, oh yeah, here you go. Same with testosterone if you need testosterone. Okay, we climb down here. Oh. Oh my god, stop. I want to really... I have a kick-ass donair place near me pose. And nothing feels so good than ordering donairs right now and then hitting the bong and then just like, ugh. Isn't I don't know. Drink horse pee then if you want. Check DMs again. Did you do more work? Oh, I forgot that Golden Week was a thing. I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy you're getting back into art, because I know you kind of went blah when like your computer blew up. I have a Blue Sky. You should follow me on Blue Sky. I think I'm just It's Hope. But I'm sure if you type in HopeDreams or whatever, I'd like to think I'm easy to find. If you don't follow me, I will take it personally. I'm joking. Can you imagine? Wait, I think I have several... That's better. Now I'm more equipped. Now I feel stronger now. Well, you do. That's a joke. I don't take it personally. Oh my god, where are my frames? I just built a ladder. And my frames want to already cry. Guys, I'm gonna need a new controller soon with how much I'm gonna get like screwed over by stick drift. Low key, I might say hi back. I don't usually like, I mean, I check my messages on Blue Sky, but like, if you say hi, I'll say hi back. Or try to at least, if I remember. Usually after my streams and after like my work, I kind of like, I don't isolate. I just usually like, I'm doing like other stuff. I am sometimes a busy girl-o. Sammy, what is that emote? Oh, I forgot the aid requests. I keep forgetting aid requests are a thing. Maybe something to do like off stream. You can hear the squeak squeak from what? My controller doesn't sound like it's coming through. Oh, from the emote. With how big it is? Dummy, listen, I'm your dummy. No, you love me. You love me. Rubber duck shoes, yeah. Sweet, sweet, like the ones in far, far west. Look, see, now I'm gonna save somebody like time. Now they don't gotta go through some stupid shit. Oh, I might need a bigger ladder. Does that reach all the way? We'll try it. We'll try it. These big gutters would be so easy, dude, right? Oh no. Oh no, that might be an L ladder. If we shift it though. Can't I dismantle? Controller drift, please. Sammy, what is that emote? Wait, if I dismantle it, does it go away? Oh no. Oh no, I was gonna be the hero. It goes away. No, because I don't know how to do that stuff. That sounds like scary stuff to do. W coach emote. Man, those days were simpler. When Left 4 Dead 2 was new. Oh my god. Yeah, they were. Take me back, bro. Take me back. Uncle Phil in the middle. Sammy is so silly. What does that mean, Toshi? Thank you for the lurk line art. I'm so freaking scared right now. You shut up. You shut up. I'm so. I don't. Are you streaming, Toshi? Toshi, did you forget to slash raid? Yes. I can't tell if you're streaming or not though. Indecisive. Oh, indecisive. Now you did it. Oh my, I'm just scared. Toshi, you did it. What were you doing, Toshi? Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm getting scared. Hi, Indecisive Voice. How are you? Cool name. Indecisive? What does that mean? You're indecisive or I'm indecisive? Oh, nice. You know, it's funny. I've never touched Friday Night at Funkin'. I think a lot of people like I've played it and stuff, obviously because it's like got like stupid popular. But I don't know shit about that game. No hate against it. I was just like, I just never really played it. Yeah, I love Indecisive. They say hi. They're right here. I say hi. W friendo. Play it. Do we like Friday Night at Funkin'? Oh shit. Stupid popular. Yeah, I'm saying the game is stupid popular. Please go away. Please go away. That's not like a bad thing. I'm gonna suffocate. I'm gonna suffocate. Turn around, please. Unbeatable is so good. I couldn't get into the story for some reason. Maybe I just gotta try it again. But I struggled to actually like... I don't know. Maybe I gotta try it again. Maybe I just suck at playing some games. Dude, wherever I'm delivering to has like leave it to Australia to give me the worst streams. Eat that time. Eats time. Wait, I just did pick up a ladder, to be fair. What's time for what? It's bossy time. Bossy time. Toshi time. What? You don't gotta give subs to me. Save your money. Battery low? Bro, in the bottom right corner, it says my battery is low on the bottom right where my controller. It's a USB. Huh?
Toshi the best gifted a tier 1 sub to DJ Wolfie01.
Oh my god, Toshi, thank you for gifting a couple of subs, sweetheart. How do you have 3 jobs? Are you okay? Nobody should have 3 jobs. I worry about the state of your mental health.
A tier 1 sub to Skyper_Nerox.
Thank you so much. I feel like I need sleep. Oh my god, I made it. Holy shit. That was the worst. It wasn't even a mandatory thing. That was like a bad side quest. Okay, I need to fix something in my game because like some stuff is not agreeing with my frames or VTuber. I'm sobbing because I streamed the first game just fine. Wow, but I don't know. Oh. That's a lot of quality for shadows. That's not how you do bits. I'm gonna eat your bits now. Wait, that's a pause.
Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests.
You click buttons. Also, I think it's like flash bits, but usually I click the button ways. No! Stop giving me money! Calder! Toshi, thank you so much for the 200 bits. I appreciate you lots. Mwah. Calder! Hi, you're my new friend!
I know it's our job to help this guy and everything, but I think this guy's a lost cause. He's obviously made up his mind.
Guys, I met Calder. I was told to watch them through Mead. They were like, you gotta check out Calder. I was like, okay. And Calder's so sweet to me. Now you guys have to follow them too. Did I not repair it fully? I thought I did. That's how this works. You're my new friend, so we get to like, we're chill now. Hi Zoe, how's it going? Thank you so much. Star J, good to see you. Calder, I hope you're having a good day today. Thank you so much for checking me out. That's so sweet. I'm gonna go back to what? Take care, Toshi. You're gonna go back to streaming after you just streamed? Aren't you tired, dude? Yeah, thank you, Zoe.
But I'm afraid I can't agree to becoming a part of this. To be frank, I don't trust you drawbridge people yet. There's also no end to the dangers in these parts. And if you haven't got what it takes to face them, you'll die like all the rest.
Damn.
Latest order though, and I might be persuaded. If it strikes you as an unreasonable there's no shame in recognizing when you're out of your depth. You gotta know what you can and can't handle if you want to survive out here.
Toshi, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you.
We clear?
Damn, he's kind of mean though. If I take his request, he said he would join. Nurse, I hope you have a beautiful evening. Have a sweet sleep. And good luck tomorrow. Big hugs. Yo, recover the mementos? In the BT area, I already hate it. I already hate it. What is that? A cliff warning? Oh, thank you, Toshi. I's PC. Husband! Oh my god, husband. Hi, sweetie. Nom's husband, Nom's husband, Nom's husband, Eats husband. I hope you're doing well, dude. It's super cool to see you. Happy birthday again. It's technically your birthday still. I'm getting numbed. Oh my god. I love that emote. Husband, Icy. I miss you, Icy. How you doing, sweetie? It's good to see you. Oh my god. Friends, you gotta check out Icy. She's one of my good friends. Best Garlo. Still on holiday? What does that mean? Oh yeah, cause you're gone. Wait, are you staying with family now, right? Are you with family right now at the minute? Oh, I'm proud of you. Oh my god, go enjoy yourself. Go get some rest and stuff like that. Love you, nurse. Hope important decision times. What am I deciding?
Take care, Sam.
I'm gonna make this place so much like more bearable to do stuff. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna go around. And we're gonna set up a climbing anchor up there. Do I play the FNF I create as a review? Are your mods playable right now? It might be fun to play them. I always have fun with VR chat, but I'm about to blow. Don't blow! What is happening to me? Am I functional?
Are you okay, Sam?
Brad, funnily enough, I'm on the same island as the plague. Oh my god, be safe. Dude, that shit's making me scared. I can't tell if I'm just getting sucked in by like the fear mongering or if it's been contained. I hear that it's been mostly contained, but I don't know. I don't read the news, dude. Guys, I don't know what happens. I don't know anything about the news. Be safe, Icy, though. David, what does that mean? Oh my god, how many? There's like so many of them. I'm so cooked on this journey. It's down there. You know what? I have like climbing hangers out the yin yang, so like, why not? Am I right? I probably don't need one, but I'm gonna probably appreciate it on my way back, genuinely. Yeah, 'cause I'm old, Toshi. I'm old and I can't react as fast. Okay, we're almost there. Why did the event give me ladders? You have fast fingers? Thank you. I see. If you have to go, by the way, that's totally okay. If you gotta eat foods or whatnot, do what you gotta do. I love seeing you. You make me happy, I see. What does that mean? Para, hi. What does that mean, Toshi? Oh my god, he's up my ass. Oh. We found it. Figure it out. Thank you for the alert, Para. How are you? I found it. I don't like this area at all.
Looks like you have what was requested. All that remains now is to drop it off.
Which should be easy, right? Hopefully. What? I've already been called. I don't need to be called a good girl. Thank you, Noel. Press an amazing dirt. Aw, thank you. Chrono, you should be sleeping. You're not right. Pose you like that. I mean, it's all right, guy. Take care, Toshi. My alarm. You're so cooked. Pose. What is that face? Take it or leave it. Destroys you. Oh, see, I did say I would thank myself for building this. What is that emote, Noel? Wait, give it over like... Why throw it behind you? Give it to the person who might like need it, bro. How do I throw it in front of me? There. Kathy, come back. No, why? Why are you out? Nah, he might have things to do. I'm gonna see him. Tacos. I'm gonna see him later. Hope is lickable. Chrono, what time is it where you are right now? That was sick. Okay, I set up such a good destination. If my equipment appears on people's like playthrough, they're gonna think of me as like a saint. They're gonna be like, oh my god, who built all these like ladders and other stuff? And it's gonna be me. Oh my god. I hope work is easy today, sweetheart. Hang in there. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. We made it with your mementos. Now we could connect him to the network though, which will kind of be cool, I think. He said he'd agree to it. Should be on my side. Good, I'm glad.
Have a go at that. You actually managed to bring it back, did you?
Yeah.
I'm genuinely surprised. Let me get a closer look at it.
Okay.
That's a bang-up job you did.
Yes.
You are no average porter, mate. That much is crystal clear.
He loves us.
I suppose I ought to get out your Cupid and finish.
Yes, we've connected him. Yeah. That makes me happy. Whoa. That's so cool. I wonder if we were gonna need to connect him at any point. A trank sniper rifle sounds sick. I wonder if at any point, because like he was kind of just like a sub objective, like it's just a side objective. Yeah, you get to like.
Looks like the schematics for my trusty shooter and darling little smoke grenade. The form is a custom design of mine. Uses tranquilizer darts. Makes a hell of a bang when fired though. So keep that in mind.
That's so cool.
Shame our paths couldn't have crossed sooner. Maybe this world of ours wouldn't have been so divided. And maybe my mates wouldn't have had to die.
See you.
Righto, Sam. See if you would. Might be. Anyway.
Oh, he has another job, but like we might take it. Let's see, because if it leads us back to like where we need to go, it kind of does actually, because we need to go back to the quote unquote the government. So I think we just like do that as an order so we could take it back and get favor with both of them. What time is it? Have I been streaming for too long or am I at a good time? Kira! I won't bombard you. I'm sorry. I just got excited. I just see your name. 3 hours and 30 minutes. Okay, I usually wrap up in about half an hour to an hour. Do I want to hang out or do I want to? I don't. Maybe I'll do the mission. Maybe I'll do the mission. You're back, Kira. Are you partial back? Is it perma back or partial back for now? What can I find? Oh, because I have the sniper now. I don't think I need any type of, I mean, it's, oh, I don't have it. Oh, the train sniper here. Makes a loud noise firing. Here, keep these chemicals that I just randomly found on the road. Ladder, climbing ladder, PC 1 container spray, butter. Do I have no weapons, so I feel like I should be. But yeah, that's okay. I adore seeing you. Just in case I need it. Sounds good, Master. I will be if you play more games. More games? I could. I mean, I might do this order really quickly to get back home. And then I might derp about on like a simulator game. But I just have to wait. Wait, where am I supposed to go again? That's where I'm supposed to go, I think it said. It wanted me to go there. Or did I accidentally refuse? I think I accidentally refused it. Derping simulator. Callie, thank you, sweetie. Actually refused it. Close the route simulator and proceed to. Oh, I didn't hit the head out button. I just hit the leave. Oh, getting out of here is gonna be such a pain. Bison, hi, how are you?
You're fine not fabricating a weapon then?
I literally did though, relax. Wait, is this supposed to just be for the lone commander? You have a delivery waiting for you on like the outside, bro. Hi, Raging Brunette, how are you? Welcome on in. Yeah, these were just outside. I think they're yours. We're just gonna skip because it's a sign.
Yeah, Bernie. That's of all the things I never expected to receive. Now displaying your current order grade.
Yeah, that's her.
You know, it's all too easy. Stay frost.
Hey, get me out of here! I've been getting the itch to return to Gas Station Simulator. That game used to be so peak. Maybe I'll play it. Oh, I could. Man, I want to try Twilight Princess, the new stuff. I've been there. The gas station. Wait. That sounds like something different. Are we getting the same itches? Oh my god, it's so heavy. The weight thing is still going up. I can't wait to get the exoskeleton's legs in this game to help with, like, I loved the speed ones, but the strength ones made you carry so much. The speed ones were so OP for on-foot delivery, though. Oh, and the mountain climbing ones. There was the, actually, you know. Oh my god. Speaking of speed, that was like way too fast. Didn't they? I think they made them IRL. Somebody was mentioning it to me like yesterday, or not yesterday, but I just want to make sure I'm heading to the right area. Yeah, I should be heading that way. Okay. What is that? Why is it so big? Help. Oh my god, please, controller, work with me. I'm gonna... Roxy, thank you for the lurk. Crushes your face. But yeah, apparently IRL, they have like exoskeleton leggy stuff that helps like IRL delivery people do deliveries on foot. Or carry things. I didn't get the full details. I didn't read the whole thing, but somebody told me that. We're literally gonna be living Death Stranding IRL. Perfect. Oh, that thing, right, right, Yushi? I need to pick up that, I think. Wait, where's my... Am I going to the right area? Oh yeah, I am. I'm just second guessing myself. Hypershell. I want them IRL. I don't even know if I have a use for them, but you know when you see something and you're like, I kind of want that. Brigands. The 3,000. Oh. Wait, are you talking about like an exoskeleton? Wait, is it for like full body movement in VR? That sounds kind of neat. Beans! Beans! Thank you for the follow. Oh shit. We might be in trouble. Did my weapons not? Oh no. When that guy said, hey, you're not gonna bring any weapons? Are you sure you're gonna be okay? Oh my god. All right.
Did you just drop some cargo, Sam?
I did. Give me your gun. I'm gonna literally have to 1v1 them. Hold on, cargo management. Hi Beans! No, don't touch me! It's pretty ridiculous. It looks so cool though. I want... Wait, used? Okay, I'll be fine as is. I just need the heavier equipment off of me. Zombie, hi Zombie, how are you? Let's play rivals right now. Crash outs included. Just for you and the stream, you're the best. I need another con. It's been too long since I've gotten a comms warning. 1, 2. I kind of want to play Rivals. I haven't streamed Rivals in forever, and that's why I miss it. I only have 6. Oh my god. What are we gonna do with you? Fight me in Mortal Kombat. I haven't played Mortal Kombat in forever. Do I have all of the stuff? This
Covered everything then. Great. Let's get it delivered.
I kind of want to take the supplies. It's not that far of a way. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. It's on Game Pass. I own it. I own it like from when it first came out. I got it. Happy Mother's Day, yeah. Wait, happy Mother's Day to your girly. As well.
The skin of my teeth.
Just like that, Sam.
Dude, I don't know if you like racing games, Zombie, but Forza, and it goes for everybody. Forza 6 is coming out on like the night. I think it's the 19th or something. We're getting it soon. She said, thank you. Hell yeah. Poor. I know. Look at that. Look at how much. This is why I need that exoskeleton bows. Forza 6 always stop pose. I know exactly why you typed that. You're so funny.
Come on.
You get a giggle out of that.
Nice.
Oh my god, I have so much to... I have so much to give you. Government. Yeah, I wonder how like... Okay. Dude, yeah. I have to see it. Some people's VR setups are crazy. I saw somebody's VR setup was like in a garage. It was like an empty garage and everything, and they had all this space to do like dancing and shit. I've seen people with the fucking treadmills or whatever. You know those circular treadmills that let you, and that when they physically walk and move? I kind of want to get one of those circular things. They're probably so much money, but can you imagine like playing a game and you've hooked it up to your IRL steps? Like, can you imagine playing this game with that? So the only way I can physically move is actually by like jogging on it. I would be so fit. Oh my god, I wonder how much it is. A device that decreases the backpack's overall weight? Oh my god, that's amazing. Wait, doing side quests and shit actually help you out?
Designated more materials for your use.
It's called I need to look this up to see the price on it, because I think I would benefit so much from it. I mean, you can if you want.
Cool. I reckon. You're damn right. His skills as a...
Thank you. I will do it for you.
Order completed. Well done.
I have all of these things I need to break apart. Or just put in storage, I guess. All right, that feels a lot better. All right, this is where we might pause on this game, if that's okay. I might play another game. For cool, we'll call it the cooldown time game. No, you're actually kidding me. It's not that much. How is something actually basically $1 million? There's no way. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
It on sale at the moment. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I was gonna be like, there's no way. There's no way a game is what are we doing? Oh shit. I hear myself. I was gonna boot up some a simulator game just to wind down. Alice, hello. I love you. Maybe. Oh my god, remember Retro Rewind? Guys, I feel like I should go back to Retro Rewind, though I'm not sure. What did I stream yesterday, guys? Oh, I did the dad simulator thing. Mom simulator. See, deals with us. Yeah, there's no simulator to that. It's just I already do that. Hypershell? Oh, okay. I feel like Let me do a little bit of my retro rewind shit. I haven't played this game in a minute, guys. I kind of want to check on it. I kind of want to check on it and see where it's gone. What was the... Oh, it was Rewind 99. I hope the Rewind people are actually, like, doing something. Day 30 patch notes? The frame rate drops. Oh. Yeah, the employee AI is a little rough. I hope they fix it up. Maybe they've done it in their new patches. Video game rentals, scooter and weapon. Employee AI. Okay, they're still working on it. Okay. Oh, that's good to know. I'm glad they're still W game devs who stick with their games even if there's like rough bugs to like figure out and stuff like that. Like it's really cool that some people just stay and vibe. What was I playing? Oh yeah, I was playing the retro game. Man, I should do a VR chat stream soon. I don't know when though. Guys, I missed this. What kind of pie is that? Who left their... What kind of pie is that? Yeah, fishing? Yeah, fishing or world exploring maybe. Maybe I usually like just chatting and kind of like checking out worlds. I did a VR chat stream once, Roxy, where I was like, chat just gets to choose. Uxia, hi sweetie, swear I didn't say hello to you. Mwah. I love you. I'm so bad at reading names when it's just the when it's the redeems. But no, I did a thing where chat chose my new home worlds. Arcanine was... When does that tech repair? Shit, you remember that, right? Oh my god, Nutbusters busting nuts all over. Why did we name it that? I think we need a rebrand, guys. I think we need a rebrand, guys. What was that game called? It was Restore Story? Restory, that's what it was called. I loved that game. It's supposed to come out in 2026. They had a devlog on April 15th. That was such a fun, cute thing. Oh my gosh. I welcome to my store. I will in a sec, sweetheart. Welcome to my store. What's today's date? Why is there a lot of tires? We've expanded, but I think today is a perfect time to rebrand. Now we got a couple of TVs which are kind of W. We made sure to have this silly video on. You know, because we can't forget about UFO porno. Sharp, I watched you stream yesterday. Did you have fun? Reserved. Lund, it never leaves this game. This is like Shinogu, yes. You know, if you're doing a London, we always have it. What's today's taste? It's Derby Day, Demolition Derby. So 60% plus. So actions movies got what's coming. She's here to check in. W, my employee's here on time. How are you? You know what? I won't work until you have enough to pay my salary. Oh my God, you're right. I can't pay you. I'm a bad boss. But with it's awful for Drew to find some of my items that we had. But hell yeah. Wait, I want to play randomizers. I just get so, I don't know. I want to try the whole multiplayer, whatever you call it, like where you help each other find your shit. I think we just work today, honestly. Oh yeah, we're rebranding. We're rebranding. How do I change the name of my store? I know the phone is ringing. Yes, hi. I'll figure it out soon. Staff book. Team Dream. Yeah, purple. I'm the twin. No, don't worry, Shin. Don't worry. It's chill. I've had it on for a while now. This is not the first time. It won't be the last. Is it on my main computer, you think? Is that the return desk? Guys, how do I change my name? Gotta dissolve your company and set up a new LLC with the name you want. The chances. Oh my God. Offshore shelters. No one will know. And then we'll rebrand. Okay, I genuinely don't know how to change, but I thought it would be at the like main video store computer. But I don't think it is. I thought that was the case. I genuinely thought that was the case. Oh, wait. Aha. What are we naming it? I'm rather happy. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you, Sharp. What are we naming it? I need a clever name. Nothing crude, nothing crude. We're rebranding. We're rebranding so that YouTube allows me to put content on their channels. Video make video face? What if we called it again? Like that? Like again? Like that? The video hole. So people go to the hole. I'll take it. I'll take it for now. Wait, I do want to check. Let me alt tab really vision. Oh, I like that. Uncle Mo's family feed bag. That's so funny. I love that. I do want to check actually. Brief pause. Lamau. Okay. I was, because post reminded me of a game, and that's saying that, there we go, the What's Up game, and I was like, I'm gonna download that in the background, because I'm like, what if they put me in the game, or what if there's something? Oh, it's coming May 14th. When's May 14th, friends? All right, let's open the day. Let's open the day. Let's open up. We don't have enough money to pay our workers, so she's gonna sit and do nothing, even though that I will have her money by the end of the day. In fact, by my first mail series, the day after my birthday. Oh my god, happy birthday, Pose. You're like 23 now? Thursday is when I'm playing Subnautica though. I don't like that name of this movie. After I have to do all of this by myself. Oh my god, I'm doing so much work. Whenever your manager has to step in to do work for you, they're like, oh, I have to do all of this. This is horrible. I can't imagine doing this. The customer returned a damage rental? That's a charge fee. No, fuck you. Have a better attitude. If you just apologize, I would have been nice. I would have been nice about it. The hag? Yeah, I got you. I would have I like to say I'm a fair person. Yeah, she's working now. Get in. Start working. All right, thank gosh. Now I can process returns without having to worry. Because she's got the... We've rebranded. I forgot. That guy just looked at me. No worries, Noel. 23rd for the 20th time. The 20th time? Holy. Now a lot of reserved. Okay. I have to remember how I put these. I think they're color coded, right? The fishbowl and the bride. The bowl on the fish. Is this drama? It's drama. Okay, it belongs there. Rain Woman. Oh yeah, we have so many copies of Rain Woman. Is this action? That's drama and good critic. Oh, it's the bad boy with his computer. Where's my adult section? Why did I place adult next to romance? I guess if you're searching for the same thing, you know. Crockpot rice. You make me so hungry. Oh hey, it's the why. Wait, how do you know me? Crockpot. That's how you know me from? Why won't Pocopia just let you be a dilt? Oh no. Hi. Where's the anime? I don't have anime yet. That video was so funny. I was watching it. Thank you so much for the follow. Wait, you found? It makes me happy. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. Guys, sorry, I get so gushy when somebody finds me through like a content that I've made or something. Zach said I have to tell you. Oh, good, Kasia. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Kasia and Zexies. Zexy, thank you. Victor, hello. Thank you so much. See you. Hi. I see you have been busy. Yeah, a little bit. I've been trying to, a little bit, I think, right? I haven't played this game, though, since we've last seen each other. Don't worry, so, like... Wait, what? Oh, wait, it's not clear. Oh, then, do you have an X? I don't think we have Xmas movies. Oh, we do! Giving my virus for Christmas. Silly out of... I love it! Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've been trying to do more. Although that's funny because that's a clip that happened a while ago. But I just gush. I still gush regardless. Somebody will quote something that they find me through. Kira, I've been doing YouTube stuff. Are you proud of me? I've been trying to like post a daily video, like a highlight of like the stream. Movie action. Horror. The Devil's Milk. Romance. Adult. What is that one? The swimmer is in for a treat. There we go. Always proud of you. Thank you. I'm trying. The Paladin's love affair. Absolutely. Here you go, miss. Have a nice day. It's rated good. What else are you gonna get? Oh yeah, grab a new release. There's plenty. Yeah, don't leave yet. She almost walked out and everything. Oh, I heard an what? Oh, she wants orange juice. Do we have, we have popcorn. Was I supposed to set up the popcorn? Was the popcorn machine my duty? Whose duty was it? Kinda, yeah. You run, well, not even kinda, it's pretty much, it might as well be Blockbuster Simulator. We had a much different name before our stream, but we changed it. But now I haven't played this game in forever. Is that Waldo? It's a choice, yeah. And we got a good video playing. Just to advertise the adult section. Ufa porno! Is that Waldo? Sir, I'm pretty sure you're Waldo. He's like, I get that a lot. Yeah, action, I got you. Here, have this gargoyle-esque movie. Best advertisement, right? Dude, as if Waldo said, don't look at me, do your job. She's new, sir. She's new. I have to learn how to become a modern day manager. Like one of the, like, managers you would get in retail that you're like, oh, I do not want to see them. Or like you check the schedule and hope they're not working. So you could just have some, like, that's one less, like, stress off of you. Due to international copyright law, it isn't. Release of the color violet? I don't have it. Sorry, you should have came here. Weird costume, is it right? Crock pot rice. They came from outer space. The client is asking to speak. What do you want? I said the tape just stopped working after the movie. It's not my fault, it's broken. You know what? You seem like you're telling the truth. Good, didn't feel like arguing today? Well, hold on. Wait, you could have said thank you. A little thank you and generosity. Oh my lord, I can't believe he had one until he had he wanted to spark up an attitude. We're outside the store. What happens outside doesn't count. I'm off duty. All right, let's go. You can't rent here anymore. At this rate, I should have said that. Step outside, please. Throw down. How much money? We made great money from where we've been. I'm so proud of us. $438. And on a Saturday, that's awesome. I swear I bought a bunch of these though. Only one day left. And we bought Bad Dreams 2 under the new release as well. Are they all gone? Maybe I should buy more. But I feel like I bought like oh, it's literally one of each. Okay. Thank you, miss. You're done work. You can go home whenever you... I'll start my own video, so you haven't heard the last of Stanley P. Netflix. True. Wait, do we have any exciting days to look for? We got a new release day coming on the 23rd. We've got Remembrance Day. Oh, and Halloween and chocolate bar. Oh. Jagonis! Dude, how's our snacks looking? Honestly, the snack section not looking bad. All right. Have a good day, miss. I'm gonna... What am I gonna do? We've got all the equipment we truly need. We're on our way to getting a cotton candy machine soon. The clearance bin. When we level up, I should save money for that. All right, closed door, finish day. I hope they bring that to Rewind 99, the whole like an end day function thing. 621. Last action here. It should always be you right about that though. You right. You ain't wrong about that. Another demolition derby. Popcorn popped, ready to... I swear, I promise this is not last night's popcorn. Don't worry. It's not last night's popcorn, I swear. With all these... Okay, we got our new releases. Thanks to the nod. What's your favorite pairing of numbers? Reserve W. See, that's all what people... I swear you used to... Wait, did you? I can't even remember. I need you guys to bring back a memory of mine. Did you used to be able to reserve new releases over the phone? Or did you like have to come in and get it because of how popular they would be? I reserved. Yeah, you did. Thank you, thank you. I think you were from last night, sir. Have a nice day. I know you were looking for it. Depends on the store. I don't know how I don't know. Remember Video Stores, the game? Oh, the phone's ringing. Hello? I'm giving away nothing, but I thought you might actually... Oh, that means a lot. Thank you so much. Oh, that's very sweet. Waldo! Oh, you have a copy? It's like right behind you, sir, but thank you. If you just look behind you. We found Waldo came back. He's a regular customer now. Where's Waldo, you said? Well, he's... Oh my god, I'm dropping everything everywhere. He started becoming a regular at a local video store. What is it? Because do you have to rent? But I had no way of returning. Please be understand. Don't charge me. Yeah, see, you're nice. See, I'll take that. You just gotta be nice. It's not that hard. If you show remorse, I let you go. The companies used to be, yeah, to prevent naughty. That's true. I always thought I could do that at like a video game rental store. Yeah, that's the twist pose. Wait, that would be so real. That would be so real. Is the plot twist is he's not good at finding things either. Oh, not that one. I want you to be in new releases. To the gulag they go, says I.
I would like to rent How to Train Your Dragon Mommy. Don't ask why. Thank you.
Oh my god. Don't ask why. Yeah, sure. It's just behind the curtained area. Let me know your feedback on it, okay? I'm looking for something. Do you have something in the new release? Yeah, take one of these. Forward to the Past? W movie. The Vengeful Farmer. Maybe I should. How do you. I want to make movies. How do I program a movie in this game? I'm so glad we came back to this. Holy, you're so big. Old photo of my first love today. Do you have a romance movie? By the way, my grandma might watch it up. So an old romance movie. Let me check. The diver moving in. Closer to my stuffed toy? Yeah, you could watch this one with your dad. Or is it a copy for Gumball Trapped in a Cabin? They came for the werewolf? Oh, that is science. Okay, that's good. Oh, action. I am. How'd you know I was bad? Plus a file and lie, apparently. I have so many Christmas. We have. Why are people renting Christmas movies? It's Halloween still.
Hey.
The Biscuits First Love? Yeah, I got you right here. Oh. You know, we're starting early. Where's X? Oh yeah, Xmas is right here. It's not even around the corner. It's like we have to go through Halloween first. I think they added new music to this game. Bro, we need this Sausage's True Desire. Sweaty Wolf Action. Do you still have a copy of Bad Dreams on Mel Road? What's for that would be cool to have a VR of working mentally with an 80. Yeah. There's like.
Hope, do you have the Corgi Cam Booty Cheeks DVD in stock?
I don't. I should. There's a. We found a world that had like an old basement. It was called like Grandma's Basement or whatever, and so it's like very like retro or like reminiscent of like that. But like, reserve the sure. Oh, my hands are full. 1 second. But you could order a PSP, and on that PSP, you could watch the full movie of Shrek on it. It's so funny. Tully! Hi, sweetie. How are you? I miss Tully so much. I was talking about you yesterday. Sausage, you say? And a lot of them. Missed you too. How was Icarus? Did you have fun? Thank you so much, Kira. W Kira. Oh my god. Somebody broke that movie. Yeah, it was. I saw you were streaming one day while I was streaming, and I was like, oh, Tullyson, I love him. I miss him. I hope he's doing well. I hope you're having fun with Icarus. I want to make a game, guys. I don't know why I thought of it when I thought of Icarus. I'm just like, all these cool games, and I want to make a cool game. The Cookie's True Desire. Okay, we made hella money today. I'm so proud of us today. My employee's been working so hard. Movie drama goes here. Thank you so much for the raid. Friends, if you're coming in from Tully Stream, sorry, I'm really bad at introing myself. I just get excited because I see Tully, who's a great friend, and I adore them. But thank you so much. Welcome on in, friends. My name is Hope. I'm a variety streamer. We're just winding down for the day with some of this stuff. Bad Dreams on Melrose. Got you. Yosh, me and my friends are talking about Chat 5 figure out how electricity works. I think I asked you this before, but and friends, you should follow Tully. He's super fun to vibe with. She came back because she's like, one more customer. Are you doing the I don't know what it's called, but the mode where like the planet starts like blowing up or some shit, or like just being like awful, and you have to eventually escape, and that's how you slowly unlock blueprints? Or are you doing like just like creative mode in quotation marks, where like you don't have to like rebuild shit? I wanted to try the whole going back and forth thing. All right, thank you for your lovely work. Demolition Day is over. Now it becomes Sunday. Oh, we got some movies in our Dropbox, actually. Let's check them out to see if it's worth. I do missions off stream. Oh, okay, hell yeah. Missions off stream sound fun. This guy has a ton of action movies. All right, you could go home, miss. Oh, that's such a smart way to play it. I kind of just jumped into the missions, I don't know, just cuz. So it's a Sunday. We have a new release tomorrow, but I don't think we have access to it yet. A new week means new $60 for 5 random movies? No, yeah, I get that. You're fun for me. Tully, when you have dinner, invite me, because I'm getting hungry. I'm getting to that point in the stream where I get hungry. Egg in love? How do eggs fall in love? Salmon and rice? How's the salmon? Is it good? Over easy? Gosh, I hope so, Pose. Oh yeah, these are new releases. I think the other one doesn't count as a new release anymore. The Color in Violet.
Lizard.
Hey guys, who is that? Cleanse.
Lizard.
Hi, Cleanse. How are you? It's good to see you, sweetie. Stop. Oh my god. Wait, can I have a picture of your breakfast? I know that sounds weird, but I kind of want to. You don't have to like go like take pictures of the full buffet. I just want to see what you take from the buffet. I love breakfast buffets. They're one of my favorite. If I could go out for breakfast every day, I truly would. I'd recommend it if you old drama film. This one. The heck, dog stuff. What was that? You don't want salmon? Oh no, I don't mind it, but I'm really picky on my fish. The salmon has to be good. That's why I was wondering if it was good. If your salmon was good. I only eat bad salmon. I'm okay. Glands! Squishes your face. Like stuff that's washed up to the shore. Funny you say that. I did take one yesterday. Send me it. Or out to the trash. I don't know why I'm so picky with my fishes. Like, I don't mind eating fish, but sometimes I'm just like, ugh. Oh, I want all you can eat sushi. Tully, also, if you have to go, sweetheart, that's totally fine. Don't feel pressured about hanging out. I know you just like finished stream, so totally valid if like, why is my store not busy? Fish sticks in your mouth instead. Yeah, well, are you providing? I don't like to eat fizz. Fizz are good. Oh, what do you want? Dead grandpa's. I have so many of these now. They're not gonna fit on all the drama shelves. I don't know where to put them. Do I have a store? I don't even have a storage. What you think? I like it. It's one of the funnest simulator games out there. You run a video store. As you level up, you upgrade, you get employees so you can help with this stuff. At the start, you're kind of doing everything for yourself. Operation Templar, but I've had a lot of fun with this. It's one of the good ones out there, like Water Park Simulator. And Gas Station Simulator. It's definitely one of the better simulators. Backroom. I don't know where to put all these like extra movies that I've bought in just for the pure like. I feel like I need a whole third shelf. Oh, she's got the popcorn W. Stop, guys. Same thought. You guys are so funny. Soon I'll have 2 employees. Oh, that's a drama. Oh. Xmas. Drama. I have so much drama. Spider! Oh my god, I miss you! Yeah, you reserved the Christmas miracle or something. Oh my god, I've been processing returns all day, guys. How do people do this IRL? I feel bad for anybody who's had to sit here and just like have an ADHD. It's hard cleaning up, but you really need to play. The bad boy with his computer broke. No, our adult movie. We don't really have video stores anymore. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm watching you. Sorry, wrong number. Who's watching me? It's the devs calling me. The plant pump moving on. Sweaty wolf action. Would recommend this and voice it. Yeah. It is spooky. It does take a bit to ramp up though. You have to be a little patient. The first part of the game, it's not gonna it's not gonna feel as spooky. I guess some areas you walk into can be spooky, or noises that you hear. Do you have a copy? If somebody's returned it, I could let you know. But Voice of the Void does get scary. Promise. Did we rent it all out? Sir, we might have rented all out. Yeah, sorry, you're out of luck. I'll sell you mine for cheap. Oh, really? I still have to get a 3D printer off my friend. Wait, you actually have a rewinder? That's so cool. I want one. Noises of the Noid, but I don't have a videotape though to rewind it with. So I don't know. Not my Hope, do you have the Game Pass? I don't. I'm sorry. Is that okay? What were you gonna tell me to play? Routine. That's that, wait, I've played that game already.
It's kind of hot.
It's you. Who put the CD on headpads? That's the Scully. That's the, oh, I'm trying to remember. That's that, like, AI game, right? Where you go to, like, a space shuttle or something. And there's this like AI that's like taken over or has taken over. Oh, Para, thank you. But yeah, that was really cool. I loved that game. Yeah, okay, I played it. It's good. It's great. There's also weird. We love the weird flowers. Level 10, clear and spin. Yes. Okay. Here's some bigger out on Jumbo Manhunt. Okay. So Jumbo Manhunt is new. We got a bit of setup to do this morning. Wait, I need a cracker because I'm getting a little bit like hungry in my tummy. I'm gonna hydrate, Grey Wolf. It's great to see you. Because I love you too much, Tully. I needed movies. So what belongs in there? What do you think goes in the clearance bin? These aren't for rentals, right? Like, they're actually gonna sell. I think. And carry out your bit, right? Fine, I guess you should come in. Just make sure you don't wipe your feet first. Bins are supposed to be. That's what you're for. I'm gonna wipe my feet on you. I'm so sorry, Tully. You're streaming Indecisive Voice too? Hi, friend. Thank you so much for that raid. You playing Roblox? I have an itch to play Roblox horror games. You reminded me that. Hi, new friend. I don't know you, so I don't know if I don't know how to. But you seem nice. Oh my god, it's up. Ari, hi. Nevelation was shaken. It's good to see you. We got Jumbo Manhunt. Gosh dang it, Hope. I'm sorry. I think so. I think I have the Bad Boy in a cassette. New movie, new me. Neville is going well, dude. How's it going? Is that no? Actually, what is it? Let's see. It's an action movie. Me looking up browser. You're so funny. You know, has our snacks been selling? Like, I feel like the snack section isn't selling that much. Do people just not like these flavors? I should be preparing for make it an impulse buy. Oh, good to know. Ken parody. What? Well, to see here, I could buy another snack shelf, and I could place that next. Why would they buy if there's a pink one at the? I swear to Tully, it's so big. I'm not for nobbing. A breakfast bar? Sure. Super chips. Freddy's cheese sticks. I'm actually preparing for the Halloween sale, genuinely, cause like there's gonna be, you see here, there's a Halloween all the whole long. It's gonna be a crazy special. I want some snow caps, right? But head off to bed very. Oh, I appreciate it. I love it. I love hearing you say hello. You're very sweet. I hope you get comfy though. I hope streams have been going well. I'm sorry I haven't been to your stream in a minute. I'll have to check you out in a second. Next stream, your next stream. There. Hi, Bubbleen. How are you? Bubble, 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 bubble. And then tonight we got the secret movie dealer. I'm good. Hell yeah. What time is it though? I might do one more day, friends. We might do one more day. Oh, I gotta get this on the shelf. The new movie, because people are gonna be here for the Jumbo Man. But it's good to still have the new releases on hand, like what people are looking for. With you being the I'm surprised it isn't adult. Well, we have adult here. We have Closer to My Stuffed Toy, which is a romance. And then we have
Listen
Sweaty
up, you
Wolf.
villains. I want to eat my meatloaf. And, if you don't get out of here, by the power invested in me, I now pronounce you man and wife.
What?
Is going on in
Wife?
here? You may kiss the
It
bride.
is 4:10. It is 4:10. I'm just getting a little hungry slash sleepy. I could use like a little bit of a the bad boy with his cassette. Oh yeah, this is an adult movie too. So well, I have adult. Yeah, do you like it? I won't charge you the late fee. I won't tell my manager. Okay. Okay, let's see how that goes. We'll see how that goes, you know. You just, I would have said yes. I would have said, yeah, don't charge them the late fee. You just gotta ask. It's okay to ask. I fired my employee. I don't want to fire her on the spot because I kind of need her today. But it's clear that I need a backup. It's clear that I need to go rehire somebody. I need to relook at people's work ethics. Pro manager, yeah. Pro manager move, make them work their shift. Yo, what's good? Are you? My employee also has narcolepsy or whatever it's called, where you could just fall asleep at any section. Second. Okay, now you can't fire them, stupid. No, but to be fair, she didn't report that at all to me. I need a doctor's note, and with her attitude, I'm not getting a doctor's note, you know? I'd rather deal with the Better Business Bureau, you know? Adult old movie. Oh God, I got a Christmas movie in my hand. I'm gonna lose my mind. The Beard Teacher. What's here that isn't drama? Oh, a Christmas movie. Oh my God, I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. I need like 2 more employees. Die Hard, yes. L's for unorganized shelves. I know, not L. I technically went through a rebrand too, so I can fire her and say it's due to like, what do they call it? The reorganization of like corporate whatever, something or something. I wish I had Die Hard. The Witch Left Bombers. The Weightlifter Bombers. Restructuring, yes. I'll reorganize your oh my God. It's not that special Dragon Day yet, Tyrak. I have to wait. I've been waiting so politely. Tyrak, how are you? It's good to see you. All right, sorry, that's in July, right? How you doing, Tyrek? It's good to see you. Xmas. I guess I'll pay. Okay. I had to watch her just in case she let another one go again. What you call it? Poo poo rewind into doo doo rewind? No, it was called Nutbuster. Should I rebrand back to Nutbuster? Was that a W name? It's now called the Video Holds. The Video Hole. What's the new name? The video. Should we rebrand back? Does that make you feel better? I got self-conscious. Hell yeah. And just for you, Tully, I put this video on. That's not the game. That's not the game. That's me. Tyrak, I gotta get it places. People gotta find it. People gotta know. I can only get so hard. Oh, I'm so sleepy, guys. It might be nap time soon. Tully, you raided into a nap stream. Let me take a browse. Wow. Strong immune system. Man, but she's like the best I got. She's like the best I got. These new employees are like... Sleepy, yeah, smooch the forehead. Take me out back. What is it, Oh, it's Monday today, so it's not thing. Has less narcolepsy. I'm gonna narcolept you. We could close the store now. Why are you firing her? She was like, I won't charge you the late fee. Don't tell my manager. Like, she did it like while I was behind the counter. And I'm like, And then she fell asleep while working. You are right. I'm waiting. Oh, I found one. Zoe. Hey, where's this bit? Hey, you. I'm firing you. Is this on is this guy? Yeah, if you were honest to me, all I ask for is honesty. It's your loss, not mine. Yeah, keep thinking that, princess. You'll get somewhere in life eventually. Maybe in the new, fuck you. I don't need you. It's my store. Go be a call girl somewhere else. And return the shirt. It's company France. I was good. We got her good. We got her good, guys. We got her good. All right. God, it becomes an unsuccessful corn star. Yeah. We have a new employee. Let's wait for her first day. Let's wait for a new day. But this might be I might wrap up here. Hello. Good morning, boss. Oh, look at her. Fresh in the morning. It's 8 a.m. She's got a great attitude. I think we say first day. Do you have a task for me? I just need you to work the cash, girly. I could do the returns, but I heard you're fast on the cash. But I might have to figure out. Yeah, right? Like she came in so fast. She was ready.
Day 2 of asking Hope if she has the Corgi
I don't know how to.
DVD in
There's
stock.
no Corgi Cheeks DVD. Okay. That would be so awful. That would be some twisted joke. I will, but I'm wondering if I should wrap up now. One day. We'll do one day. I'm getting a little bit tired. Assigned to check out. We'll do one day. Richard, no, I miss you, Richard. Ah, I gotta love my own face on there. Raid shot. No raid. Oh. This was reserved. Monkey and the People. Oh yeah, horror movies are gonna fly off the shelves because we are experiencing it's Halloween weekend. I don't know how to do it. You can just unsee. You've already raided me today. Isn't it? Oh, it's Remembrance Day today. Oh no, that means all the drama movies are flying off the shelves. You right. The interest to rent drama movies. Memory. See, I'm even bad at remembering. Oh, I threw. Abandoned Fun! Oh my god, I miss you! Wait, I have to raid you. You're not allowed to raid me. Thank you so much, friend. I love you. How are you? Guys, you gotta check out Abandoned Fun. He's a super cool VR chat streamer. Very chill. Immaculate vibes, man. I miss you, dude. I hope you're doing well. Seagull, hi. Abandoned Fun. I saw you in a YouTube video. I was like, wait a second. Pause this video. Zooms up all the way to see white fluff in the corner. I know him. Thank you for the follow. Meowzilla, hi. Welcome on in, friendo. Looking this video holding where it's gulp in the nut. Okay, no. It's glump. I can't do it. No, you were on I watch Lolathon, LOLathon a lot. And whenever I see you appear, I have like a bingo card in my brain where I go, am I gonna see Abandoned Fun in this video? And I get so happy when I do. Gibby, thank yous. Hi, welcome on in. An old action film. I got you, girly. I got you. Friends, if you don't know who I am, my name is Hope. I'm a variety streamer. I'm your #1 panda dragon mom on the internet, and I hope you're having a beautiful day today. We're getting close to wind down time, but we're hanging out until the meantime. Your girl's getting hungry. Also, Abandoned Fun. If you have to get going, you've done a W stream. You've done amazing. Go get some rest. Make sure you get a snack, hydrate, all of that. I'm having a great day. Good, Richard. That's what counts. If you're having a great day, I'm having a great day. Is there demand for Scrandle? To be fair, we missed the, did we miss the Friday Scrandle? We may have missed the Friday Scrandle, so we could do a Scrandle actually. I'd be down. Not so much. We still have some time. I usually do like a Scrandle game after. Science fiction. Movie action. Another raid? Maybe, but not quite yet. Not quite right yet. We do love sharing love, though. Damn, she works fast. We got a new employee, and she's faster than the other girl. I wish there was like employee praise in this game. I would give her like $20 right now out of my pocket. Sweaty Wolf action, let's go. Do you have a romance by movie of my partner? Oh, how about the Goldfish's True Lover? I don't think you should watch Sweaty Wolf action though as an anniversary movie. Man, where's my romance stuff? Oh, right here. Sorry, I was like, free movie rentals for a year. I would let her rent a movie. She's doing way better than my old one. Jeepers Creepers. Me and the wife have it. Oh, best I can do is gay werewolf porn. Here. It's your favorite. But we're a straight couple. Trust me, the plot's good. You'll want to try stuff in this movie with your wife, regardless of gender. After that, their marriage lasted 40 years. Real. It healed them. My name for the Neon Sailor. I can't talk, but here you go. Oh my god, I can't wait till level 20 where I can have 2 employees working. Hey. Client is asking, what's up? Return to damage rental, it was you. Hey, it's the 90s, baby. Things break, but we move on, right? Which one was it? Oh no. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Don't take advantage of me. I wanted to see which movie she broke. But she said she was coming back here, so maybe win-win, unless she comes to break all my movies. Well, yes, that sounds like a story about a guy saying, right? I have one new release left, and it's yours. You are so lucky you came in at that time. Oh, a sausage shooters. Hello, yes, I'm here. Darren, no! Thank you. You got this. Girl, you're already killing it. Christmas casket movie. There you go. We worked a full shift and everything. I'm so proud of us. How are we on expansions? Like, can we think about like expanding? Not quite yet. We need a couple $1,000 to expand. Oh, what's up? Wait, the fee alert broken. What was it? You can't be bullied. I got you. I really need to go to the bathroom. That's okay. You did a great job today. Oh, we got some movie sales. Oh. Thank you, exact change. Perfect day. Perfect day. It was perfect. Perfect. Down to the last minute detail. And now we will end the day. Now, let's do some Scrandle before I log off for the day. We're gonna do some Scrandle before I log off. It's one break after an 11 hours of fire her ass. She wanted to use the bathroom. I forgot to go into the secret area. Damn it. I forgot into the adult movie area. I forgot to get the porn, Tully. I mean the corn. I wasn't supposed to say that word. Wait, 21 seconds ago? How far of that? Wait. Sorry, we have to get the corn. How is that 21 seconds ago? It's a whole ass new day. All right, whatever. Yes, it's Scrandle time. Our favorite time of the day. All right, let's just keep this chatting. Scrandle. Your customers are not gonna like. Guess what time? It's Scrandle time. It's Bossy time. Oh, I gotta put some background music so we're not sitting here empty like. All right. It's ad break? Oh no. Okay. Okay. You'll catch. We'll. That's wait. What if I just snooze them? I think I can snooze these ads. There you go. I snoozed them. 1 or 2. You can't. Oh, I'll make myself smaller, guys. Hold on, let me make myself smaller. Toshi, you don't have to raid again. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I'll have to see you stream. Make me hope I want this. Okay. Thank you, I appreciate it, sweetheart. Wow, Toshi, you're so cool. All right. So this is just a bonus round. We're just placing our votes. Do you guys like, wait, am I out of the way completely? Mostly. Do we like the chorizo hot dog with a mustard and pesto sauce and a tropical drink? Or cheesy chips and a garlic naan? Toshi gotta follow. 2-2. I'm seeing more 2s. Okay. That's a vote for 2. All right. Right? Okay, now is the real game, guys. Now is the real game. Potato wedges in a coffee cup for $2.50. Watch my finger. Yeah! Or slider dog. A hot dog, mac and cheese, crispy onions, and Fruit Loops for $8.30. You wouldn't eat the slider dog, would you? I think so the idea, if you haven't played this game before, you have to guess what you think is more popular. If I click that, yeah, 35% like this more. Only 18%. Why is it looking at me like that? Stella! You're cool, Stella. I love Fruit Loops by itself. Glazilla for the beans? The Glazilla? I think we do the Glazilla. The fish! Look at the fish though. Oh no, I can't snooze the ads anymore. They're coming down slowly. Hot dog for $4 or pizza for $8? We're winning so far, guys. Free for Martin. Yeah, I love that. Free for Martin. Pizza. At least pizza, like, even if it kind of looks meh, it's gonna taste like pizza. So it's like, yeah, I know, Stella. It's like, it looks so depressing, but it looks like pizza one. W, guys. W chat. Nachos with jalapeno salsa and the option of cheese for $8. Or the longest spring rolls you've ever seen for 50 cents. Bites Yutoshi. I don't know, one or two, guys. Two? I don't know. Do you think two's gonna win this one? I'll do my job and make you your sweet. Thank you. Yeah, that is true. Tully, I have a feeling one wins, but no, two wins. Mama will fly. Guys, y'all are really good. Tempura with a beer for $8 from Japan on the left, or a beef brisket and potato pie and all butter pastry for $4. Oh yeah, you gotta include everything. People include everything. One or two. The one on the right looks amazing. I like beer on the left. Watch my fingers fly after you're done being. Okay, I'd scran the right one. Okay, let's scran the right one then. You guys are right. Whoever voted two, y'all are right. All right, on the left, a chicken sandwich with shoestring potatoes with popcorn and a chicha morada. Holy shit, for $8.30 you get all of that? That's actually not bad. What the shit? Or a cottage pie. I've never had a cottage pie before. Shoestring, is that popcorn too? Dude, you get like so much. One is Peru. Two. Guys, are you thinking two wins? One? Oh, you switched? Okay, I'm gonna click one. If you guys think it's one, I feel like there was more votes on one. Ah, no! Whoever voted two, you were right! Oh my god, I really want a sausage roll. Okay, sausage roll. You've let me down again, Peru. Sausage roll or Din Tai Fung? Spicy wontons for $12 or $5 for a sausage roll? I think one gets it, guys. Sausage roll is such a classic, and for not that much money, honestly, I think one gets it. I see the appeal in two. Don't get me wrong, I would devour two, but no, guys, what's happening to a? But there, I would put all of that in my mouth. Yeah, where's the pie? Give me a once again, both like depressing. I think the hot dog wins here, guys. No, there's an ad song. Are you happy to see me? Is that a hot dog, or are you just happy to see me? Denmark, what are we doing? One or two, guys, one or two. Pie with mashed peas, gravy with the madri, or what looks to be an uncut rod. Is that hot dog circumcised? W circumcision got in. Mixed barbecue, that looks freaking good actually. With a beer? Or a smoked salmon bagel with lemon and dill cream cheese, cucumber, watercress, and a pint. Guys, I think they just ran the hot dog into the The skip was pulled back. Oh, the skin was pulled. Alright, W. Me too, Cup. Meat, I am reusable. You're in a con, right? Yeah, well, 2 is just way too much. Did we do the Friday one? We actually didn't. Guys, okay, so Fridays are always themed ones. If you're new to Stranding, Friday is always a themed one. Hot dog or hot? Oh god, it's gonna be a hot. What is that? With mayonnaise? Bro, it's double scran Sunday. Let's go, Tyrag. Or a hot dog with German sausage pickle ketchup. That's like the BLFC pizza. That's too much mayo. I don't care about the price. Am I? I can't. I mean, it's food. I'm not even thinking about the length. Guys, $3 and $9. It's literally an easy choice. I think it's a 1, guys. Toshi, will I? Usually it's a really good deal or really bad. One's spicy and one's a foot long, Hope. 100% 1 wins. Like 2 just looks sad. A hot dog? For $6 or the witch's cat. What is that? Witch's cat hot dog? Bun shaped like a cat's paw. 1 or 2, friends? Mead, what is that? A chode dog? You look circumcised. Take a bite out of it. It's for you to go for. To do Ghibli Park in Japan? I think it's cute. I just don't think it's worth the price. It might taste good. Well, I'm seeing a lot more 1s. W on the 1s. Hot dog with onion. Where the fuck is the onion? Did you just like? I think number the 1 on the right wins, but where's the fuck the onion? I know size. Yeah, size doesn't matter. It's about the taste. 2 or 1. 2 or 1. 1 or 2. Onion and ass. Instructions unclear. 2. To me, Meowzilla. I see you. W. Hot dog for $4.20 on the left, or 2 sausage hot dog with teriyaki sauce, seaweed, and scrambled egg. With a black bun, I believe. That's how it looks like, Tyrak. Crushes you, Toshi. 2 looks burn. It's black bread. Like it's the. Is that a frot dog? What? Wait, what's a frot dog? Blood. Guys, I actually don't know about this one. 1 or 2. With 2 sausages. You do get 2 sausages on the right. Oh, I get it. You're right. It is a frot dog. It is a frot dog. I think 2 wins. Mead, and it's an egg. I think Mead wins on the frot dog. W Mead frot dog. The anti-hero. 2-foot-long hot dog inside 11 powdered donuts. You're gay. You should know this, Tyrak. I'm joking. Mustard ketchup drizzle. Ew. Or just hot dog, $5.90. $5.90 for a ketchup and mustard? I mean, honestly, let's be real. Just take just take the donuts off. I would not stick a hot dog into powdered donuts. What do we think wins? 1 or 2? I have a feeling 1 wins because Toshi. 2, I mean, I'd try. Wait, you're correct. Just take off the donuts. That's what I'm saying. Break it apart, you know? The fuck is this? The sphere? Oh, it's a rock concert. Bitch. Bro, what is that grip? What is that grip? I love her nails. Be her partner. That's what she's doing. Does she partial struggle meal? Yeah, look, number 2 is she really has to see your coke nails. Yes. That turned you into my ex? What does that mean? Is your dick okay, Tully? Why does it have the width of her? Bro, I don't. 2, are you sure? Hot dog free with admission at an unknown location. 2026 in the US? An unknown location. This is somebody's food. It's not free with. This is somebody's like lunch. I'll be fine. Asked my wife if she wanted to go to dinner tomorrow, and she said yes. I'm pretty excited to have the apartment to myself for the oh my god, fire cat. I think 1. This looks sad. 1. Give us the meat. Give us the meat, guys. Ugh. Oh. 1 or 2, guys. 1 looks fine. I don't know if I'm in love with the cheese. 2. 1, I think neither. Twice done sharks got 2 pet. What does that mean, Toshi? 1 looks edible. At least 1 is edible. They're both. Okay, here we go. Hot dog with some shredded cheese on it. The cheese just looked questionable to me. Dude, for 15 cents more, you get cheese on your thing. It looks like cheese to me, but is it sauerkraut? Not you. It looks like cheese. How white? I will, Ali. Guys, I'm sorry. Open. What is that? What is this? How, right? Gotta lock the fuck in now. The camera angle on number 2 wins. Well, heading to the airport. I miss you, Ali. 1 or 2. You, her boyfriend. Open hot dog. The bun looks fucking squished. What? How? Good for all. Proceed. Bless me. Sneeze like that? How? What do you mean? I can't just sneeze again. I can't. I can't just sneeze. Brother, I don't know. Looks like they just threw it in a plastic bag with a bun. Oh. How do you sneeze on demand? We are, but we did pretend. Achoo. Did I do it right? See, she turned into a Wookiee. My sneezes are high pitched. We were wrapping up, Marky. We could do the bandle of the day, though, if you guys want to do the bandle of the day. I hate how this is like, okay, want to gamble? How do we gamble? No thanks. Okay. Oh my god, this is gonna be hard. 1965, I need y'all to lock in 1965. It has 185 million views. It's very hard. Listen to the drums. No idea. I'm really bad at 60s songs. It sounds kind of familiar. I don't even know what to guess first. Hi, Sonata. This don't sound like GS. Toshi, what did I do? Do you have a guess, Mead? Thank you, Toshi. I appreciate it so much. Okay, that's it. That's it. The final countdown. It probably wasn't even in. No, next. It feels like a recognizable tune, though, doesn't it? Mato, do you know this? I like the guitar a lot. I think I do. Sound of Silence. No way! Oh shit! Okay. I see what you're throwing down, Marky. I see what you're throwing down. Damn. I would have got it by here. Would I have got it by the piano? The voice cover would have done me. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I know, but you have to. They can't do that. They have to MIDI it up because it would be so recognizable. You would just pick it up on easy. That's true. That's true. Okay. That's the games for the today, guys. That's the games for today. Guys, would you hate me if it was time to wrap up? Would you hate me if it was time to wrap up? Maybe no. No, I would. I already hate you. Oh, okay. At least that's okay. Right? Yeah, the thing is, most people know the intro. That's quite sound later on the stairs. Yeah, right? You're wonderful. Thank you. Who should we raid? I can't. Have I rated Sharksided recently? I know she's been partner pushing. Pink Fluffy Studios. It's been a minute for Pink Fluffy Studios. Zoan actually too. Eats you. Eats you, Tully. Eats you. I haven't said hi to Kaz in a minute. Oh, Varric, I've been meaning to raid team. Oh my god. I refuse? You can't refuse. What do you mean you refuse? Enjoy their thank you. Technically, I can say hi to Attic, but I'm collabing with Attic tonight. Stream with me, Toshi. What are you talking about, Toshi? What are you on? I'm so confused. You don't gotta advertise that in my channel. Oh, Coco. Dolly! Sonic. Tully, thank you! You're a heckin' sweetheart. Alright. 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 I have to check one thing, guys. Man, I'm hungry. I'm hungry as shit, guys. Mwah mwah, Toshi. I feel like I've rated this. I love you too, Math. I want to play that game. I want to play that game that you played. Did you beat it already? Mixtape? I did last month, 2 months ago. Who do I say hi to? What is Copy Kitty? I haven't rated Zoan. I don't think I've ever rated Zoan. You beat it on stream? Are you the Yandere, Meowzilla? Let's say hi. I might hang out with my bestie Attic, but if you want to check out Attic Monster, he's streaming right now. I'm gonna be playing with them this Thursday. I don't think I've ever rated Zoan before, so I might hit Zoan with the raid. Wanna play? This game that they're playing looks like Mega Man or something. Mixtape is 3 to 4. Oh, that's like beatable in a stream. Sorry, I got distracted because I'm watching her like destroy people. What is this game?
Still one target.
I'd be so stressed playing this.
Oh, is that saying? Okay.
Guys, do you like Yinglets? Yes or no? Oh, you can't even fucking see her because I'm so big.
Hi, Yukmare.
This game looks intense. Right?
You're telling me to smash.
Raid so we can watch too. I was debating. I was debating also hitting up Rage. My buddy Rage is pretty cool. He's doing a subathon. That looks fun. I have my buddy Rage
Not the poop.
is playing.
It's a poop man. Oh, he's leaving. He's leaving.
It's his birthday. Wait, guys, I might raid someone for their birthday. Do you mind if we do a birthday raid instead? Is that okay? There was a big repo update.
Is everybody in the
I'm gonna remind me to raid. Zoan is going on the list to raid. Zoan is going on the list to raid. So I do want to raid Zoan. I think so. I'll give her a shout out at least. Zoan.
Yeah.
Oh shit, what's her name? Zoan Z. Oh, cause that's how the Yinglets talk, right? Yeah, let's continue it. Okay. Okay. Guys, thank you so much for joining me today. I appreciate you. Friends, as you all know, it's my day off Monday and Tuesday, my friends. So Monday and Tuesday, I'm going to be working on a couple of things. I'll maybe get some filming done. I might post a video so you'll see me there, but we'll be back on Wednesday. Not quite too sure what to do on Wednesday. It might be just a chill day or a simulator day. I might just play a simulator game. I might try out Twilight the Princess though. The new Twilight Princess is the PC port. Day off working, cause I put my face in my hands. My days off in quotation mark are like my edit videos or work on music. I don't know. I don't have a Twilight the Princess. No, we're doing an MLP stream. Let's go. I don't think I've ever raided Rage. Rage the Kobold. He's very nice, very sweet, very soft. Thank you so much, Pose, for chilling. I hope you have a good day, Pose. It's always nice seeing you. Rage Shadow Kobold? I like that. I got that reference. Happy Egg Escape. Happy Hatch Day. Roxy! Nah, thankies, Roxy. I love you. Maybe see you, Roxy. Happy Womb Escape Eviction Day. Thank you. Guys, rate the stream. Was it a W stream or an L stream? Rate it. 0 crash outs. Happy Egg Evictions? I think so. Okay, wait. Happy Egg Eviction Day. I don't know. Choose whatever. Maxwell puts you in my face hole. Guys, W stream. Yes, it was a W stream. 20 out of 10. Yes, thank you, my friends. I love you very much. I hope you have a beautiful day. I'm gonna miss the shit out of you on Monday and Tuesday. That's why you should follow my socials. You should find me and hunt me down. W, it was mid. WT. Guys, the raid is going. I love you guys. Bye.